Hey Lemon, how you doing? Lemon, are you a real person? What did they do to make you?
I just woke up actually.
I think he heard me laughing, having a chat with Chuck.
Oh, sorry. You're all getting in the room. Oh shit. You're on any of the other apps.
Have you been feeling some fatigue, Nadia? You've been sleeping more.
What?
Have you been feeling some fatigue lately? You seem to be sleeping more.
Let's go ahead and do the changeover.
Yeah, I'll just give you like a control room and hide themselves. Has the lemon thing actually said a word in the new hangout?
Huh?
Didn't sound like it.
What was that, Nadia? Oh, right, Lemon. Yeah, I don't know who he is. Huh. I don't know. He's new, probably. But
Lemon, did you actually say something, or you just pop up because they left? Are you there? Hello?
Is she talking to Lemon?
Yeah, I was talking to the other hangout.
Oh.
yeah.
I almost want to watch all these. I wish this guy Max seems like a fun person. I'm kind of bummed that I guess, like I said, it seemed like all this was so much more popular a couple years ago, and I'm bummed that I missed it because Google Plus sucks balls.
I'm starting to get the feeling, Joe, that you don't like Google.
I like Google, but like Google Plus just I mean,
No, yeah, I agree, mate. Like, I guess, what other competition is there, or what other, what other avenues can you go down? And pretty limited. Would you agree?
there's like other ones that I think what's his name was trying out. Brett was trying out, but it doesn't seem like they were all that fruitful.
It's
Talking
called
about
it's
Blab,
Blab.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's as very it's nowhere near as sociable as Google Plus is. I've heard a few different people talk about Google Plus. Perhaps maybe bring down the numbers to 7 contributors. I think it's user dependent. Like some situations will work better with 10, some will work better with 5. It really depends on how you want to set up your channel and what you want to and how you want to have them contribute.
The fact that there are 9 people in one, that's so many people, like, to me at least. But
Yeah, but you see, like it depends on the situation. Like with Nadia's Hangouts, it does. The conversations do change from topic to topic. So some people may have issues they contribute to, and some may not. So, but then give it another 10 minutes, and the others that have been sitting on the sidelines can then enter into that conversation. So it's like a party atmosphere where you can sit on your own little area and then listen to the conversation, and then when you feel it's right to enter into, that's when you can do it and contribute to it. So look, like I say, I think it's user dependent, and it's depending on how Nadia wants her channel to run and what conversations she wants to have on it. Will depend on what format that suits her. And from what I've seen of Blab, I'm not like, without talking Blab down too much, I actually don't like it myself, but that's my own opinion.
wait, what don't you like specifically?
Look, the fact that there's only 4 in that room, and you are sitting without having access to, like you and I now, without having immediate access to the conversation, and it is like with Google Plus, with the 10 positions there. I think it's a matter of learning that there is the 10 positions there and learning how to interact with each and every one appropriately, and then that comes down to manners. And sometimes it comes down to being forceful, and a combination of both, And it won't. Google Plus won't suit a person who likes to sit quietly on the sidelines. I've recognised that. You can do that on the outside anyway, Like you can sit on the outside and listen into what's going on. But if you want to contribute, and you're that type of person that that struggles to communicate when there's lots of people around, then Google Plus probably isn't the best format.
Yeah.
Then again, Joe, like tonight here, but you get times when it is suitable, when it's quiet, when people can interact a bit more freely. The quieter people can get their word in.
Yeah. Usually, right, like in the odd hours, there are people like Jimmy Stevens comes in, who I think he's very articulate, and I think that he's a good he's like a good model of like what I think a stand-up presuppositionalist would go about it. Like, he's not obnoxious like the Cyclones, but
look, to be honest, like the moderation of the room is very important from what I've seen. When there is 10 people in the room, conversations in real life, to some extent, have their own. You have your own moderators.
It
It is a little bit experimental, I think, where you have you're taken away from the physical aspect. It's that that situation where you are away physically, so that gives a little bit more freedom.
It's also like an issue where, like, if you do be a mod, it's kind of a bummer because sometimes you do just want to join in the argument. Like, it was kind of annoying trying to regulate first Incorporated and then Jason while I was also arguing with Tommy about evolution. But I like, if it's just me, I'm on the sidelines. I mean, it's something that I'm obviously partisan towards. I could do it. I like actually modding in certain contexts, and yeah.
I haven't sort of done any debates in the past and that, but I recognise in myself that I would be a good moderator because I like to sit the fence quite a lot, and so that's the type of person you need is someone who likes to not take sides and be bipartisan to the situation. Like basically not. You can have an opinion on it,
yeah,
but you don't enforce it, and you do not try to sway the conversation one side or the other. It needs to be, both situations needs to be listened to and given equal opportunity and equal time.
I think it's also good, I mean, to have the bias too. Like, equal opportunity, equal time, definitely, but like, if you could see the conversation's going to turn into, how do you define, you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic, or if it's going to turn into like just are we doing that again? And and it just so happens, I don't know, we have someone who's ready to talk about, like earlier, like I had left the room because I was already annoyed with where it seemed like it was going to go when the person who was arguing for near-death experiences was in the room. And like, I wanted to talk about near-death experiences and get all up in that, but it turned into just like a general is religion true thing.
Yeah.
And
I think that's probably where and I'm not knocking Nadia here, but I think that the topic headings, try to sit on the topic heading is important, and perhaps maybe break down the hangouts to perhaps half as long, or whatever length is required, so that you can set a topic and try and stick on that topic, and then at least people sort of know where the direction of the conversation can go to.
I agree with that. I think that's not a bad idea. I think if it's especially like I don't know, when I look at the topics of other hangouts, I don't know if this is an effect at all, but I think if they're like just vaguer, because we never go with, it's never exactly what the topic hangout was. I mean,
you have to have some sort of free flow conversation. I mean, that's going to happen in any situation, no matter where you are. And like on a hangout, you need to have that conversation flowing too. So you may have to branch out into another topic just to keep the conversation flowing. But there should be always that sort of try and moderate it back to that main topic to keep everyone interested. And then if the topic goes dead, then start another hangout. That's
like
what
that
I would.
too.
Yeah. And that gives everyone the opportunity, like program a hangout for a certain time, and then at least everyone knows what to expect in that hangout.
Yeah.
Nothing against this. Nothing against like the situation that Nadia is
going. Yeah.
Portraying at the moment, and like putting out there, because this is all development as far as what I can see, and it's perhaps maybe 1 or 2 steps down the track that this is where I could see it heading.
One of the problems is that every single time somebody figures out a system that works on Google Plus, it changes. Like this system, like Nadia's system worked really, really well about 3 years ago. And she hasn't changed her system since Google Plus has changed. But this room was like crazy 3 years ago.
I was going to say, Ocean, and sorry, Joe. Like, what was the conversations? Was it specific topics all the time? And was it kept on for?
It kept going on like crazy because there was a lot of viewers, there was a lot of craziness. There was like the characters were a little bit different. A lot of what makes this stuff, like this room in particular, are the people that show up, and a lot of the people that have made the room interesting have gone on to do different things or have become part of different hangout groups. So we don't really see them as much anymore. And so the room has suffered as a result because interesting people...
People themselves will obviously, they'll develop themselves and want to move on to something else themselves. So the room or the topics of that room itself may not suit them anymore as well. So you're going to get that anyway. So.
Yeah, this stuff is like any other kind of media, though, in that like this is like a radio show. What's interesting about a radio show is the people, the voices that you're hearing. So when people that are interesting and controversial or loud leave, then the show suffers as a result.
Yeah.
Except for this situation, there's no contracts involved, so people are freely can come and go when they like, and you're very limited in the control of that content. And
you also have
there's
like
there's no deal.
Suckers too. There's no what?
There's no deal that's been made.
Yeah.
So she can't hold people in violation of contracts. Nobody's doing this as a job except for her. So.
Like it's a bummer when someone you know who's just gonna just stagnate any like dialogue comes in. It's like, oh.
And there's nothing going on right now because it's the middle of the goddamn night.
Yeah.
So the viewer level's gone down. The interesting participant level is down. And with Nadia's room, it's a show, which is really what it is. The show is more interesting right in the morning and right at night.
Yeah.
Can I ask yourself, Ocean, when you first came to Nadia, what were you hoping to get out of her channel and come away?
I just look for a good conversation, and I find that.
In any specific area, or?
To what?
In any
no.
specific area,
This is a great debate room, so I'm into the great debate aspect, and I like talking about it. It's interesting.
Do you know that term, Black Swan, that title, the Great Debate?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Is there God? Is there no God? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Ocean. I'm not.
No. That's why I showed up into Google Plus in the first place, and Nadia's room is devoted to that, and it's 24/7, and all those things appeal to me.
Yeah.
So
Nadia's a great hostess.
Do you think that it
well.
should stray from that at stages? I mean, we've had some good conversations.
Obviously, when you have an 8-hour conversation in the middle of the night with a bunch of people in the room that agree with each other on the stated topic, it's going to go somewhere else because just sitting here stroking each other's egos and being, oh, we're so right, aren't we? It's going to get boring after a while. So
yeah, it's not fun either.
Start talking about something else.
Well, that's what I was probably getting at earlier with the structure side of it. So I mean, you can get so derailed with conversation sometimes that it goes way off topic, and it's very hard to get it back. And of course,
believe me, there are people that'll show up that'll make sure it's back on topic. It's always been the case with Nadia's room.
Yeah. Perhaps Nadia can
Somebody comes in and is like, we're not talking about whether or not there's a God. We got to get back on that.
Yeah.
Perhaps Nadia can sort of chime in and sort of sort of let her indications known as to what she's expecting from the channel for everyone to know.
Well, by and large, I guess try to make it, well, somehow uplifting or,
Less
have fun, so to speak.
bestiality?
No, not trying to go into bestiality that much. Apart from where it might raise a philosophical issue of like sexual ethics or something. But that's
Yeah, I'm out of that conversation.
well, the sexual ethic conversation is
It's actually
probably
gets really
not going to
interesting.
delve into it. What's it
Well,
actually
like,
does?
that's interesting,
okay.
but to go to the animal realm,
The animal realm? What?
no talking about banging animals. I'm good without that. Okay. I need sleep. I'm sounding like an idiot.
There is the extent to which, what is it? Something like animals aren't able even to consent with each other. So it's kind of like, oh well, that kind of, you know, throws another charcoal on the fire or something in the problem of evil, doesn't it?
I didn't think about that.
What?
You guys are.
Animals can't even consent with each other. So they. Oh shit.
Some can in their own way. Like
Wow.
But
there
can
are
they?
like certain birds will like dance, and and certain animals
Oh,
will
no, they
like
could sort of
will-
demonstrate that they want it,
But
but
they're not
yeah.
smart enough to be informed.
Yeah.
Informed consent.
Wow.
Where's their sex ed program?
Oh, son of a bitch. That's really funny.
You people are glossing over the fact that we had a very brisk and productive debate last night about monkey fuckers. You're forgetting all about it. I'm ashamed.
glad.
It's like it never happened.
Am I glad I missed that one or not?
Oh, no. It was hysterical. Come on. It's be an intellect all you want, but it was hysterical.
Probably some of the best commentary I've ever seen Brett Keane taken.
I'll have to watch it then.
It was funny.
Oh yeah, I should go download that because I should probably see where I messed up in explaining stuff with Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, not to take away from the smart stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Note that if you're bringing up
Is
somebody's
that what it takes to get art in the room? Is it?
if you're bringing somebody's name into a discussion, or name dropping, you should probably already be thinking twice about what you're saying. And if you're just taking the piss out of somebody, then at that point.
I'm not making a comment
so,
about him in a bad light, though.
Oh yeah, everybody stopped short. That's probably good. Good that it happened, but yeah, given the kinds of problems that this thing generally raises, yeah,
right.
probably it needs to be held a little more stringently, even if this instance didn't actually cross the line.
The amount that I hear about people talking smack behind my back, I don't really care.
Who talks? I always talk. Whenever you come up, it's always like, "Hey, that guy's cool. I like that guy."
The people who can get away with it are trying to live off their channels and don't really give a shit if they lose any subscribers, right? So they're kind of like not really vulnerable to the kinds of issues that happen anyway, right?
They're not. Some people aren't vested in it.
So I guess getting back to the point that I was making earlier, like Nadia, like your channel incorporates like the great debate, but it does stray obviously from time to time to a little bit of comical stuff. Do you like that sort of mix, or would you prefer it to sort of stay on topic, or how would you prefer your channel? Yeah.
I'd rather stay on a great debate. I'm generally pissed off when I wake up and somebody's like I don't know, talking about movies or guns and ammo.
Obviously, they're real life issues that do obviously involve everyone around the world, and particularly obviously in America. But you understand the conversation of the flow sometimes does stray. Do you accept that?
Well, if it's a real life issue, it's kind of not really what I'm probably getting or trying to make sure isn't creeping in anyway.
What usually happens is when a bunch of people in the room agree with each other, then that's when the conversation moves around.
Yeah, but what about the viewers themselves? I mean, would you say that the watchers are more interested in people agreeing with each other, or people who are going at it, discussing real life issues that happen day to day?
Viewers themselves are not really sophisticates. They about 30 or 40 have gotten a hold of me over time who are not like just panelists speaking from that angle, and it turns out they are sleeping, working, or driving through the entire conversation, and
It doesn't mean that they're
don't
not interested,
know.
though. Sorry.
Well, they're interested, but they don't know philosophy per se, and they kind of like the more things that are high-minded sounding, even if not total comprehension. Sometimes they take it as kind of a guide of things to go look up or read about, and
How do you accept the fact that people do that? Do you find that in any way gratifying at all to yourself, or how do you accept people doing it?
but the model of the core audience or whatever.
Yeah, that they're tuning in specifically to you to listen in on what's going on.
I don't know. It's kind of mixed in a lot of ways. Kind of sad news is they're not really getting the message, and a lot of them aren't even paying attention. I mean, there's a lot of them who just like flat out sleep right through the whole thing. For as much as I'm sleeping through whatever parts, because I'm on 24/7, some of them just use it as background noise when I sleep.
It could be the case that that some people don't have those figures in their life that are like that steady or what they call the rock in their life, and there's no stability in their life. Whereas if they come to your channel, you could be seen as that person that they come to as their rock, And so I see that as a vitally important role in anyone's life, to people they can come to and discuss issues, and and I'm not saying I'm one of them, but certainly the conversations I've heard on here have helped me, and that's nothing to be waved away. So, that's what I was talking about, like what you hoped the channel would achieve.
Yeah.
World domination.
Well, that kind of thing. It's a plausible hypothetical, but I mean, the kind of insight I get into, well, people who seem to be like the biggest chunk in the numbers. It just doesn't really tell me it's necessarily like what they're doing. Could happen for a few cases. A lot of it is, trouble with the accessibility of the information. Is like getting some way of reaching the people involved that actually tells you anything is awkward.
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit like operating system kernel programming, like the same kinds of things that would give you access or insight into what is happening in the system, or the kinds of things that you're trying to resolve, like breakdown. You're trying to resolve the breakdowns of those same systems that would give you the insight.
I was
So
wondering if you were being ironic because
No.
kernel operating systems, I don't know anything about.
operating system kernels.
Yeah.
Well, you can give like a bonehead lecture on what they are, but the main thing is more that same kinds of issues about and copyrighted background noise is not possible transfer.
Has that been an issue in the past? Like you had to like apologize to Lady Gaga or something? Really? That sucks. We can now sing the happy birthday song. That's no longer under copyright.
Happy shit day.
Happy shit day to shit. That might be another tactic to go against Neff, is have all my evidence for evolution be
In song form.
just with respect to poo. Just talk about coprolites and like fecal sample. just like be really stupid and see how he handles it. I could only listen to like the first 5 minutes of one of his debates, and like he immediately defines evolution is a philosophy, but it's also a belief system and a religion, equatable to atheism. And wait, what happened? Oh, okay. I started reading what Nadia says.
Did you have something taken down recently, Nadia? She may not have heard.
Her answer is later. Hey, Art. I think it might have been Black Swan who mentioned it, but do you happen to know of a video where Ocean lights something on fire on cam in order to demonstrate something to Arcane?
I don't think I've done that.
It might be Max, because when I first saw the thing with Max Hangouts, I'm like, is that actually Ocean? Because he didn't have the same icon.
I didn't have the same icon in that either.
And
was there like a burning of a Quran or something, or burning of a Bible?
No, it's just a piece of paper. I vaguely remember this. It's probably Max.
Well, hey guys, on the topic of Arcane, he's a flat earther apparently.
He's anything.
Along with MG Pillbox, I just found out.
MG Pillbox, yeah, definitely.
And he's getting more out there as we speak. Just fucking.
Arcane is a fucking flat earther now?
Yep.
The fuck, Arcane?
I haven't seen him in a while.
I just don't get him anymore.
You just can't take anyone like that seriously at all. No matter what background they have. If they start talking along those lines, then you just can't take anything they say seriously.
Yeah, that's how I am with Commando. Anyway.
I like
That's what I'm not
Commando.
bothered by.
I like
yeah,
Commando
I like-
a lot.
I do too.
Like
yeah.
as a guy, like hanging out with him and whatever, shooting the shit, he's great.
Exactly.
He has a
Uh,
good sense
When
of
when
humor.
you start listening to what he believes, you're just like, how in the
Yeah,
fuck did you get there?
right.
That's coming from me.
Introspection.
Other than the
The
flat
moon
earth thing,
is a portal.
well, see,
right?
other than the flat earth thing, which I totally reject, I actually like his whatever his opinion is.
Oh, I love when hearing him explain it.
Yeah,
Yeah, hearing him explain it is awesome.
yeah.
It's fun, yeah.
He's consistent.
It's a shame. It's a shame that he doesn't put that much work into something productive, you know, and that's where I feel
fuck
sad.
off!
for the
Awesome.
guy. He
Like,
needs
he should write some kind of sci-fi mystery.
What is
exactly
it?
right. He needs to use that as as productively as he can.
Actually,
because
you know what? I kind of agree with that.
He's young.
he has a fascinating mind, and he has, he's got those ideas that could make a science fiction something incredible, a
Yeah.
science fiction movie.
He's young, and I think he's just, he's really young, which is promising. He's got time. A little
How
bit.
old is he?
23?
Commando?
Very young.
Amanda's very young, yeah.
I got a older than me vibe. Wow.
Yep. That was why
Yeah,
I
he's
was.
pretty young.
I thought he was kind of batshit crazy until I heard he was young, and then I went, because he said, and I went, oh, you're just young. That's cool. And I just like changed my opinion.
I think someone's birds.
They're your birds, Sugar. Yeah, they're chirping away in the background.
Oh crap. Those aren't birds.
No,
That's,
it's all right.
that's those, it's like the white noise thing. I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
It's a terrible white noise thing, I gotta say.
No, it sounds great. I would. If she left them going, I wouldn't mind.
Well, you could have Ocean. We could play that when Ocean walks in.
Oh, artificial
It's
stuff.
just
It's all
ocean
artificial, is
talking.
it? Oh,
For 8 hours.
Wait.
Yeah, there's white.
Wait.
I couldn't find the heartbeat.
Wait.
At least I didn't have the mother's heartbeat.
Oh, stop it, Ocean. I'm falling asleep already.
Wait. Fucking goddamn tweet.
What was up with John? Was he not angry last night or what?
John?
Tweet.
I did
Oh yeah,
not.
John had a fight with Seth.
I'm not
No,
too sure.
it
Like
was
I
Ocean.
know that. Sorry, I know that Jersey
John
people
got in a
talk.
fight with me a little while ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
talking about.
because he's been pissed because he had a fight with Seth before you.
No, but he's been angry.
Did he have a fight with Seth about what atheism is?
No. What was it about? Police?
What?
Oh, yeah,
Politics
John.
about
Yeah.
police.
The police.
Police
What
in
about-
America.
Like,
Fuck,
what was
what
Seth's
about-
position?
Seth was saying that people shouldn't be afraid of police.
People should not be?
Yeah, not
Yeah.
be afraid of police. Like, well, they should not be afraid if they say something bad about a police, like, fuck, I hate the police. They should not be.
Oh, right.
Should be afraid to get, and I'm not exactly sure what John's position was, but I know it was enough to get both of them kind of. Well, no, John was actually the more pissed. Oh yeah, they were interrupting each other. That's what kind of caused the thing.
Oh, gee, it seems to be a theme. See, the thing is, with John, all of his arguments, there's a common theme. And it's him being intolerant and indignant and,
Yeah, John.
I think
is kind of.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, John he tends to kind of interrupt and what's the word?
He's one of those people that interrupts and then complains about being interrupted.
Yeah. Kind of.
And that's really frustrating to me. 'Cause I never complain about being interrupted unless somebody else complains first. And I'm like, well, you know what? Because like that's the way these conversations go. Is people yell at each other, they interrupt each other, and it's whatever. So I don't give a fuck.
he wanted to
That's
control.
that's
I'll
what I
get
was
my words
saying
in
earlier.
eventually.
It's part of the Google Plus thing, and you need to know how to interact with each other on this format. And sometimes it works for you, and sometimes it works against you, and you've just got to take it on the chin sometimes.
One of those things that John has in common with Neff.
Oh, Neff. I hate that Neff is like, I'm going to start over. And it's like, no, we're sorry.
Anyway, so John, they were interrupting each other about cops. Continue, Art, before I rudely interrupted you about interrupting.
You bastard. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, they just John got really pissed because John went on a sort of diatribe, and Seth was, kind of quietly kind of asking, "Are you done?" Just quickly, "Are you done?" And John,
Like, hey, buddy, you finished?
yeah, kind of like because John was talking a little too much. Yeah, and John took offense to that, because he thought, that's kind of rudely interrupting.
Is John a cop or something?
No, I don't think so. I don't know actually. Maybe.
You get a
I
cop
wonder.
vibe from him, but I think it's because
do
he's from
too.
Jersey.
No, I get a garbage man, street thug. Forget about it.
Garbage man.
You're Gina.
Why would you say he's a garbage man?
I don't know. He just.
Because he's an atheist?
No. He just,
Ouch.
Ocean.
It hurts, buddy.
anyways, yeah, no, he just seems very workaday to me, which is fine. I like workaday, but not when they're angry.
It always throws me off, like, if I hear someone with, like, a real Southern accent or someone with, like, a Jersey accent, but, like, going, yeah, I believe in humanism. And it's like, I don't know why, like, I feel so, like, prejudiced.
Liar. I don't believe. It's like I don't believe him either.
I actually like it. It's always fun. It reminds me of the meme, the politically correct redneck or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I've seen that before. I get stupid, but I've seen it before.
Yeah. It's like his heart is in the right place, but when he starts going, Neff's one of these guys who, his audience are just made of a bunch of fucking idiots, and he's just like starts going into like these, and it's like whoa, like Veckel was like, man, it's like I pissed off his cousin or something, and he's all like, well, I'm pissed off because you're the one saying it. Like, this was about the racism thing, and I guess John thought that Veckel was making the same arguments that Neff was about interracial dating.
Oh
my gosh.
Same arguments that Neff makes?
Oh, were you there when I mentioned Bob Jones University is a Christian private school, and up until like 2001, they prohibited interracial dating on their campus.
Oh yeah, no, this is Bob Jones,
yeah,
whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, that's down in one of the Carolinas, right?
Yeah.
So old girlfriend of mine, and I, had a little bit of fun with that.
Wait, what?
I just find that absolutely appalling. Like, is that real? Is that real?
We went to
real.
We're not at the same race. It was fun. It's a girl I'm not dating anymore. It was a while ago. It was like 3 or 4 years ago or something like that. I've had a lot of fun trolling people in real life, and that was one of those times where it's like, oh, they don't allow. It's still weird there, apparently.
Yeah.
If you're
Neff was like, well, I don't see anything wrong with that, and like Farhan was like, are you serious? And then Rob.
Hey, to be fair, I don't really either. It's like if it's a private institution, they can make whatever fucking rules they want. If the rules are stupid, the rules are stupid. It's not like we can have any kind of law against dumbass rules.
You're right.
Yeah, you can.
But,
as long as there's no public money going towards it, that's
right,
where
that's the thing.
Yeah.
You're right
Can
there,
we just say
but
private college?
Loans.
it doesn't help.
Federally guaranteed student loans and such.
Yeah. Well, the issue was talking about creationism, and that this is a this is a school that has a whole bunch of they broadcast to a bunch of homeschools and Christian schools teaching creationism, and the separation of the races is like an idea.
It's weird how kinism kind of coincides with creationism a little bit. Odd.
Kinism. Yeah.
Oh, that's a term you should know if you're going to be debating Neff on the racism
Scott
and
Terry.
creationism.
Well,
Yeah, Scott Terry at CPAC, he described himself as a kinist, and well, of course he's is he associated with Ku Klux Klan or some other kind of neo-Nazi group or something like that?
Yeah, so usually when people say that they're a kinist, they're associated with one of those groups.
It's a racist thing. Yeah.
They're either kinism is that you should be married to your own kin. That's really but it has like this giant history about it.
It's endogamy, pretty much.
And they're usually either Ku Klux Klan types, or they're neo-Nazis, or they're this weird brand of a Sacher that's been around. There's a whole bunch of it, and it's interesting.
I couldn't get him to stop saying tribes of man. Tribes of man, and it's like, which is
I don't even know how ancient that is. That seems like it's from a while ago.
tribes of man is, I think that is like something that Darwin probably said, but Darwin had no idea about genetics. He didn't know. So now that we know about genetics,
he didn't know.
He didn't know. He didn't listen.
He didn't know.
It's not his fault. He had no idea.
He had no idea. And there's right. I mean, I've looked into all this since I talked to Nev about it, and he was anti-slavery. He wrote in 1933 about how excited he was that England was about to abolish slavery. I said 1973. I meant so many different numbers. 1833. That's not true. It's just like 2009. I meant 1833 years.
You put that really well. It's like, I meant so many different numbers. Shit, that's not what I meant to say at all.
I didn't know.
Jeez.
We didn't listen.
Alright, well, I think I've played enough Destiny. I think I'm going to take a nap. My Sunbreaker is now level 290.
Sunbreaker.
That means level
Nothing.
69
Nothing to you.
To me. I thought that Sugar was gonna put on 80s mirror glasses that wrapped around her face. She had a different pair of sunglasses in her hands than what she's wearing now.
I mean, last night?
Maybe.
Do you even know what you're...
I haven't slept in...
You're not even keeping the conversation going, man.
I think he has no clue what he's talking about, at all right now.
Yeah, he's been clearly...
Yeah.
He is goddamn delirious, and he's enjoying it.
Well, what sucks is, if I leave this hangout, I'm just going to end up watching videos of pretty much you guys talking only maybe a year ago, and
Goddamn, he's become obsessed.
Featuring, what's his name? Arcane.
How long have you... Is this your, 5th week?
No.
We don't go back that far. Yeah, the new year is around when I started.
Wait, what?
Joe.
Wait.
Yeah? Oh,
the at least 24/7 kinds of affairs.
I can find the actual hangout that I first came into.
Well, yeah, I go back. My channel goes back 3 years, but the 24/7 things could only go back that far.
Oh.
Okay.
How long have you been here, Joe?
I think a month at most.
Okay. Yeah, I
He's
remember.
a new Pokemon.
Well, I remember where I was at that point. But my third week, I was up almost constantly.
Yeah.
You'll find your rhythm. But
Yeah.
I've always been awake this much, so it's not that much different from my life. But
Yeah, I've always been awake in the middle of the night doing random shit, and I just decided to take a break from writing and come in here for 3 hours. That isn't.
yeah. I was supposed to make that video. I was supposed to make a video last night, and I did not.
Do you write about us, Ocean?
So what?
Do you write about us?
No.
I tried to help him, but apparently he doesn't know good writing. When
He doesn't like monkeys with knives.
What did
No.
you suggest?
it was you were talking about
Like a dig butt or something like that?
No,
That you
it's the butt.
find in the
The
forest?
butt. There's
The
a
butt was
woman.
sticking
She's
it?
crashing through a forest, and she looks and she sees a clearly open space in the forest, and then she hears a twig snap and she turns around, but she doesn't see what makes a twig snap. As she turns around, mist flows into the scene, and then she gets
So,
yeah, go
so
fuck yourself.
pedantic. So pedantic.
Is this like a Gorillas in the Mist movie?
Is a butt with a corncob pipe shows up as the mist dissipates.
That's right. That's what it was.
I was
It's a
gonna
butt
draw a
with a
picture for
corncob
you,
pipe.
but then my stylus pen broke. I had to wait.
I bet that's what happened.
That's what happened. I'll draw. Fuck you. I'll draw one right now.
And they turned me down for Stars Born 3. I can't believe you guys laughed at me over that. But the butt with a corncob pipe.
I only heard the best part of what you just said.
I don't know what you were saying.
Never mind. I'm just sleepy. I'm sleepy too.
All right. Well,
You don't want to see it? Well, I don't know. It might take a while.
You gotta finish that statement. Do I want to see what? There's a lot of things on the male body I want to see right now, but you're not gonna show them to me, so don't tease them.
It's not going to be my. I'm drawing a picture. Whoa. 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 I
What
can draw
genre,
pictures.
Joe, is your story classed in?
Well, this was like Mr. I'm Amuse McGee over here wanted it to be Greek mythology, so I thought maybe instead of a corncob pipe, it could be a pan flute that's in the butt.
That's funny.
Isn't it?
it's the pan flute.
But
I really try. I hate it when people laugh at their own jokes, but the picture is so funny.
Just a butt sitting in the forest with a fucking pan flute.
Just like mist dissipating.
And it reveals
Yeah.
the butt with the pan flute, and then there's this realization, and then the everybody in the art house theater that's watching it goes, oh.
Yeah, it strikes me that the
Just like tears.
I guess consensus on existence of a deity and such would drive people away from philosophical consideration of topics altogether. Well,
Are you saying that what we're talking about right now might drive people away from? I beg to differ. Is my response.
Your mom picked
that
it last night.
what I was going on about, but
Oh, okay.
we made a deal that when we ended up the conversation, it would be with the words.
well, it's more of a question of what's that?
Just say goodnight.
Oh,
Good night.
Oh, good night. I thought we were gonna end everything with.
I already said it. I already said it.
Oh, okay.
Monkey fuckers. Good night.
I don't think there was a need to end things altogether. Rather, there's more to go on about it. And these areas of discussion, like what respects egalitarianism should or could apply,
I can't take it.
or for that matter, what kinds of materialism should be the case. If we're all materialists, there's still reductive, revisionary, and eliminative to contend between within that, so on and so forth. I think, one of the main things people end up discussing is, of course, free will, all that.
Can't you be a non-materialist? I wonder if that's possible.
Yeah.
A non-materialist atheist?
Yeah. James Jeans, I think Schopenhauer and others in the idealist, or sorry, more like German idealist tradition.
Oh, what I said was really dumb. Buddhist.
Buddhist, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy rattled off a list of non-materialist atheist positions. One of our more recent discussions.
Okay, I'm getting too into drawing this grass. I need to complete.
Is it something about grass? What?
Oh, you'll see. When you're talking about like materialism and like Schopenhauer and stuff, and I'm drawing a butt. It's just.
He's an idealist, if I recall.
Oh yeah, that's right. So is apparently Tommy, right?
Well, I don't think he's got a coherent position assembled quite yet.
Yeah, he kind of did go all over the place.
Well, that's more a deficit presentation as opposed to, actually having a position assembled or whatever.
Yeah.
I think one of the things we end up with is, this political philosophy that I'm actually sadly ignorant of, but should delve more into. I mean, speed reading, Gridrissa and such, and a few scattered things by Lenin is probably not quite enough to really ground any of that. Of course, you got Bakunin and Kropotkin and all that too, but never mind.
Popavakian?
Kropotkin.
Oh.
Luxembourg, the usual leftists.
I wish I could speed read. I'm a very slow reader. My parents told me this like 2 years ago. I was apparently, I don't know how many days away from just them saying, look, your kid's going to go into a special class. And because of my reading. and then I started reading Jurassic Park. It was around when Jurassic Park came out. And they're like, okay, your kid's not. We'll let him stay in the grade he should stay.
Yeah.
But I'm a shitty reader. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely relate to sort of growing up stories, or to participate in growing up stories. There's, well, for all fair things, I can tell you kind of why it's so radioactive, but still. Yeah, probably his Facebook Messenger.
His basic what?
Facebook Messenger.
What are you drinking? Nadia?
Yeah? Oh, Diet Pepsi.
Oh, okay. It
yeah.
looked like a more like a liquor bottle. Alright. I think I still need to, like, I hate to say it, I think I have to go and like look at sketches of butts.
Oh. Examining,
Why? Why do you need to look at sketches of butts? Look at
To
look at
make
the real
sure
thing.
you know why. Don't.
You got one in your pocket.
yeah,
I don't know how you followed
What are you doing? Not looking at the real thing. What's wrong with you?
Isn't it glorious? It's in the field of grass. It's place. That's the pan flute. And that's the mist. And that's the. So, yeah. Someone needs to get a tattoo of that.
tattoo. Oh dear. Well, you're looking at a few right now. Although I think the ones on my lips have faded. My eyes are still doing good.
Oh,
I don't know if, yeah. Oh, you're still presenting.
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of it. But, oh, yeah, that's
I can do
right.
it. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so permanent eyeliner, so to speak, is tattoo.
You have
I
tattoos
don't know
on
if
your
they should
eyes.
count it. Well, eyelids. I don't know if they should count it as 1, 2, or 4, but still.
Yeah, some people get like a blush or stuff as permanent tattoos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a range of ones on the face that are they call it cosmetic tattooing. Some people get eyebrows tattooed on. Others have yeah things on the eyeliner. Others have lipstick. There's
Mustache.
nope, that's pretty rare. I've never heard of an instance of it, but there are things that are maybe less merely cosmetic, like I think people with like vertigo, what is it called, like vitiligo or impetigo or something like that, however you pronounce them. Um, People with those sometimes get it to try to even out the color of the skin. Or I've heard of it. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure if it's associated with the conditions, but discolorations. Yeah. Try and get color filled in. Joseph Bones. Well, we'll have to check, see your
Yeah, I'm trying to.
result participant. But Joseph, stick with us a little bit. Fingers crossed we can bring you in.
This is the most
When you first presented that, Joe, I thought to myself how much that looks like what we call here in Australia Ayers Rock or Uluru, which is one big rock in the middle of nowhere, and it's that shape, and I didn't realise that until you presented.
It's just a butt. Does it look majestic?
But it doesn't have flutes sticking out of it. That's the only thing.
Really, its only problem.
There was a show on. Oh, I thought Joseph Bones left after. He's all like, "Oh
Yeah.
no, not another
Can't really
group who
see a whole
draws
lot.
pictures of butts." Who left?
Not seeing anything yet on the Google Plus profile. It might be like a close to YouTube only participant or something. April 13th of 2015 is when they seem to have joined YouTube, and there's not a whole lot on their Google Plus profile.
Well, if he doesn't say anything.
Joseph, could you tell us in the side chat real quick about your interest in these conversations? I don't know if you could type.
He looks pretty young, Nadia. I'd say probably maybe early teens.
Can you actually see them? I can't.
Yeah.
It looks like a mere silhouette. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, Joseph. Yeah.
No.
You don't seem to be. Yeah.
I ejected him. I take responsibility.
Yeah, that was wise. I was about to anyway.
You're the one with the knife, so.
Yeah. Come
He's
out.
also the one with the pan flute butt.
Follow your heart, ocean. It sounds like it's out of like a Disney movie.
I'm just wondering what it plays. What does it actually play?
There are broad ranges of philosophical questions where those who quote unquote agree on gods or whatever might find some well, I'm not so sure contention is exactly the case, but at least material to explore. Both in ethics and metaphysics. Egalitarianism is such as one of the areas, of course, as well as areas like personal identity or philosophy of mind and all that. So, also, things like causality, things like whatever. I mean, the political philosophy ends up getting in there too. What is the role of the collective as opposed to the individual? In terms of arbitrating, I suppose, the interests of various parties. So it gets pretty far out there. Anthropology is, in a lot of ways, relatively central. You heard Jimmy talk about the Christian anthropology and all that? That's pretty big too.
Yeah, I've heard him actually use that term too. But it's like a different thing. Like it's.
I've
like,
heard him use that term, and it's still shit.
Yeah.
That's what Joe's saying.
Well,
I looked it up and
sorry?
there's no anthropology to it. I was kind of bummed. I'm like, I'm sure there's anthropology of religion, but I'm like, I haven't heard that in any of the classes that I've taken. What if it is just like the secular agenda against Christianity, and it's more just Christianity's like, is anthropology a thing? Let's
Christian it.
What? Yeah, there's Christian anthropology now, and it's like, okay, well, do you look at how do you do ethnographic research on Christians? Because anthropologists are already doing that, and they're not calling it Christian anthropology. But whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's used in a different sense, I think, from
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, scientific, so whatever kind of field. I think there's you can give like a what is human nature and possibly also a little bit of intersection with the more usual sense of the term with I guess accounts of human origins or whatever. But that's actually, I think, a pretty minor way in which it involves. It's like almost like a bit of, maybe even like psychology or something, or psychology, sociology, whatever. Like, are humans innately evil? And what are the forces that drive people and such?
Turns out they are. Or except for Adam and Eve.
I think think in that sense, one of my major critiques is that it's too cookie cutter, one dimensional, too essentialist, and it kind of assumes at the very least, a normative uniformity, if not a sort of some kind of uniformity of actuality. Even if not a complete tabula rasa, then the sort of pre-filling of the slate that might not be entirely blank has pretty particular ideas about what's written on there, the work of the law written on the heart, and so on and so forth, right?
Well,
So I think there's a lot of talk about there that's extremely pertinent to a lot of social and political issues. I mean, in fact, I mean, you saw right in the discussion. Of course, he was carrying out not a reduction, at least an analysis of the various political or social issues, and in light of this analysis of human nature that comes about from Christianity.
wait. I don't think I was actually there when Jimmy talked about it. I was there for a little bit when it was discussed with Shamos and maybe someone else.
It's something of a recurring theme because, of course, it's where I think I don't know the contentions that I have with Christianity that are most central to me actually lie, as opposed to the question of there being a God or not.
Oh, that's my ride. Hold on, I'll be back.
Your ride?
Yeah. I actually do have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. For me, it's in some respects, peripheral, whether or not there are things like gods. I mean, it falls out. It ends up being, interlocked with it, with all my concerns and such. But it's not where the sort of focus of the interest lies. I mean, the Christian contention is, of course, that I'm, had, they're, if not tabula rasa, they're, sort of minimally filled out slate as my initial state, and have this their kind of cookie cutter, uniform, normative, bit about human nature as what I quote unquote should have been, and all that kind of jazz, so that well, where the God falls out is, of course, is if there's a God there to do it, then okay, that's the case. If there isn't, then what I say is the case.
Nadia, might I ask you a question about yourself personally? Where you see yourself on Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Are you willing to talk about that or not?
where I see myself in terms of the kind of level of things that I'm struggling for.
Yeah, so where do you see yourself at personally at the moment? Are you willing to talk about that? I mean, this is beneficial for myself. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, of course.
Might be maybe a bit overly terse of an answer, but well, pretty much none of them are really coming through at any level. So I'm in some ways attempting a kind of moonshot way through this to, strike at the highest levels, and maybe a few of the lower levels fall out of it, and I've almost maybe written off even actually survival.
No, fantastic answer, Nadia. I wasn't sure of your current situation as to how you perceived yourself, of where you might fall on that, and I thank you very much for that answer.
Yeah, well, I guess one kind of summary way of putting it is I kind of see myself as a largely, well, defeated or crushed or whatever it is, kind of, thing society, is, for the most part, succeeded in getting rid of, disposing of, and ejecting or ostracizing and such. Well, there's the whole getting voted off the island. Ends up making what Maslow would deem the lower levels contingent on the higher in some ways.
Yeah, obviously the lower levels being more important, of course, to survival.
Survival is, I wouldn't even say survival itself is necessarily the most important. I mean, why have there ever been martyrs? Or, soldiers who sacrifice themselves in battle or similar. I mean, if survival were the most important thing, those would, just be, I don't know, mere stupidity or whatever. But not many of us will grant that they are. So there's more than just survival.
I think even martyrs, to some extent, I mean, I'm only speculating, you would hope, well, perhaps maybe not. I was just going to go down the line. Perhaps maybe they would hope that they would come through it to be able to perform the same task or duty another day. But if they're promised something in another time or another space or whatever, then of course that wouldn't be the case.
Oh, they're, getting if you're a promise like that, what do they even sacrifice?
Yeah, and that sort of gets to the crux of the whole thing, in that, to get promised something that no one can substantiate is the whole crux of it.
Well, that was, it's less of a concern so much as, how genuine is it of a sacrifice if, oh, well, your reward after all, I'll get to heaven. Not much.
Yeah, all you do is you're on your knees
Christ.
praying to somebody. Yeah.
Well, it's like to say Jesus Christ, right? What did he really sacrifice? Because he's just goes back to being a godhead or whatever once hops off the cross or stumped off the cross or whatever.
That was one of the things that was like, I can't be a Christian. It's like, God, like, what do he calls it a sacrifice. What did he actually do? He sacrificed pretty much nothing. I know there's no Christians here to really defend that from me, but it is one of the more convincing arguments against Christianity. It's like, okay, he sacrificed so much. He sacrificed his life. He's eternal. Doesn't fucking matter if he dies.
I should be honest.
God,
Be honest with me. Sorry.
Like Peter, well, Peter and Paul, or Saint Denis, or whatever other Christian martyrs. Yeah, they just go to heaven. Yeah, they really their execution or some such. That big a sacrifice in that kind of context? Maybe not. Someone who's this life is the only life, and they give it up. Then, like I say, Sophie Scholl and Christoph Probst, who were beheaded literally by the Third Reich for their efforts at resistance with the White Rose Society. Oh, yeah. Except if in some kind of purely materialistic context, or efforts against fascism for which they died. They actually did sacrifice their lives.
Who has the most to offer in the afterlife, do you see, Ocean? Or Nadia yourself? If you were to accept the positions of any faith, who would you think would have the most to offer for you personally?
Each afterlife is. I don't know, because I find a lot of them stupid. The Christian heaven especially, I find to be really boring. I don't really know how to answer that. If I'm going to have eternal life, I'd like for it to be in the physical realm.
They have a physical heaven.
Say what?
They have a physical heaven in Islam, where
No, but it's not here. Like, you don't just not die.
That's like a.
I think having an eternal life on Earth would be interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
But an eternal life in this celestial heaven where there's nothing really to learn anymore is boring.
My very first anthropology course, our teacher was like, a sign that it's a really ideal culture is you go up to them and you ask them, what's your afterlife? What happens? What's basically their analog of heaven? And if it turns out it's just more of what they do every day, then that's a good culture. Because if their idea of the perfect place to go to actually is just what they do every day, that's pretty. I think I forget the name of the specific culture, but it was pretty much their idea was that they got to play this when they were colonized by the English. The English tried to teach them cricket, and they took cricket and they combined it with a bunch of their own sports, and it became like this huge festival, 3-day game for them. And they even had there was a player who dressed up like a tourist, and he even had a wooden fake camera, and he had a role to play in their game of cricket. He was supposed to run out on the field and pretend like he's taking pictures, because of when they were taught how to play cricket, they're a English tourists taking pictures of them. They're like, it's just okay.
This is part of the game to them?
Yeah, this is part of the game. Yeah.
I think it's kind of a, I don't know, almost the wrong way to frame the question. I think it's, well, at the risk of bad analogies with chess, it's kind of like, well, how accurate your idea is of, what happens if you make that move, the other side makes some other move, and so on. If you have a right or wrong idea about what happens if you make some kind of move or other?
I think, Nadia, I was just trying to sort of draw out a little bit of an understanding of where the other guys might sit on other faiths, if you like, or faiths that they don't believe in. But yeah, no, I appreciate the responses for sure. You know, like
what are the reasons why?
your Muslim obviously offer you 72 virgins and all that sort of stuff, and people, or some guys particularly, will go down that direction because obviously that's what they want. But no, it was really interesting.
I don't want to have to teach 72 fucking people how to have sex once they get to heaven. Shit.
Right?
Yes.
I want 72 sluts.
72 stepmoms too.
Similar to my analysis, yeah. But
Yeah.
I
Or
mean,
mother-in-laws, I fucked up. Sorry. I'm sorry, Nadia. I had to.
well, I mean, things that might be considered, I don't know, bad. It's still the case, and it's less a question of whether that status is, desirable as what you should really do. When you could have some kind of situation that's so bad you shouldn't participate in it. Like, there's some kind of misogynistic 72 virgins or whatever. That's, who knows what's, women are being pressed to in the afterlife. Oh dear, maybe you don't want to participate against that. Maybe you're called to be in kind of rebellion against a deity of that form or something.
It's not just the women too. There's just like child servants that go about offering you like plates of grapes and stuff.
The 72 virgins aren't actually people. So it's not like if you're a woman and you die, you get to be one of the virgins.
That's what I was. I think with the boys though, is it explained the same way?
That's what's the cherry for them though, isn't it? I mean, that's what they throw down their throats and say, this is what you're going to get.
Isn't that like creepy? It's like to have like your belief in like free will validated, and then to be given 72 just things that don't have free will, to know for sure, and to know for sure that these things don't have free will. Isn't that weird?
Well, it's beyond weird, you know.
No, fair enough. Oh, 72. I wouldn't ever remember all their names.
You don't really have to. You just need to remember yours.
That's right.
Well, there are questions of like process involved, like does the end justify the means or all that, and for instance, you can have sort of, I don't know, rules of inference or systems of reasoning where you might get the right answer following these rules, but the rules themselves don't necessarily give you a right way to justify it, or they're not guaranteed to give you the right answer. And for the moral questions, of course, you can have the quote-unquote end is some kind of quote-unquote good outcome, but the actions needed to achieve it are in various ways bad. So those matters of the process are, can negate these ideas about good outcomes in afterlives and such.
When I look at the current situation around the world, and you know, the main issues that that you see on the news on the daily basis, obviously Islam is a big one.
Oh, sure.
And you see how, in a lot of countries, and particularly here in Australia as well, where they are targeting young males to their cause. Some of them are going back to the Middle East to fight, and some are staying here. And we've had a recent shooting in Australia where they've actually shot a worker at one of the police stations because that's who they've been told to target. So you can see how some of the the methods that are employed favour the younger teenage male to try and get into to get involved, to get them involved in fighting in these wars by no matter any means they can, and they're using to their advantage the fact that young adult males they like sex, and that's one of the driving factors.
Plus they're naive, so there's also that factor. They're very naive a lot of times.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean,
the age thing is the big.
I don't know anyone who was completely completely knowledgeable, not completely, well, knowledgeable, having some worldly knowledge, having some knowledge of how society and things like that function. I've not met anyone in their early 20s, 18. It's always they're always naive. They're always a bit, always persuaded by these, things to come.
I don't think that's quite that universal, but I mean,
Yeah,
the case you're describing is very prevalent, at least.
It's very much. It's actually the rare cases where people are informed. Actually, it's actually, if you're one of the exceptions, then you're probably one of the. If you're one of the few, then you're part of the exception. Most people they walk around naive, throughout. No, it's like some don't even question their life until they get to their 40s. Some people don't. I mean, that's how far it goes sometimes.
Well, yeah, there are unexamined lives, and I think too. We have even when they are, people don't always get the right answers.
Right. No, but I'm saying that you can be hijacked by an extreme ideology very easily when you are not that refined. You don't have the necessary countermeasures to say, okay, I agree with this, and I don't agree with that and that. And it's like they take it whole cloth. They take everything. They don't really, and that sort of questioning when it goes against what your understanding is, it sort of has a brake effect on you. It sort of stops you from going to that extreme, because you wanna first understand all of these multiple things. But when you don't have the experience, you don't necessarily have those breaks where you can say, hey, maybe shooting up the police, hey, is this really what it says here?
Well, I mean, there are multiple levels of informedness. There's various kinds of concrete facts, but also informedness regarding what you might call proper process, procedural kinds of knowledge about reasonings, critical thinking, and all that. Ethics in terms of what kinds of I guess things invalidate methods, to, I guess, rectify whatever injustices there might be.
I was going to add to that scenario or that story where this young fella, apparently he had some relatives that got sent back to the Middle East. So he had,
Cheers, Joe.
He had that situation where he probably felt like he needed to redeem his family or something. I'm only speculating on that, but and it seemed as though he only acted he acted pretty quickly, so it was pretty spontaneous. It was not calculated or premeditated in any sense by the sound of it, but nonetheless, it's still a tragic thing to happen for an innocent person to get shot when they're just coming home from work.
Yeah, I think part of these, the kinds of pieces of factual information that act as a premises toward actions, whether right or wrong, or philosophical, ideological, and such. They are the kinds of things we end up debating here, and kind of why these things matter. We do.
Yeah, look, ultimately, Nadia, like we were talking about before about the hierarchy of needs, most conflicts around the world happen because of needs, whether it be survival or anywhere along that pyramid of needs. And of course, the further you go on down that pyramid, the more desperate people are going to become to try and fill those needs. So where you have a country or a population that is feeling they're being deprived or missing out, or just not being able to make ends meet to survive, they have to do something. And then you have the other governing factors that move in, that whether it be political or religious or whatever. And I believe, if everyone is well fed around the world and everyone is well sheltered around the world, 99% of the conflicts around the world you won't have, because there'd be nothing to fight over. If everyone's happy, they're fed, they're sheltered, what are you going to fight over?
Well, I think there's, I don't know if you want to call it a bit of feedback loop or more nuance and such. For instance, the I guess enlightenment of society, in some respects, is contingent on say material, I guess, enablement. A quick and dirty examination of it is that the most impoverished societies, and most which is existential security, psychological kind of framing of the factor, because it might give you some kind of, finer grained analysis of it. And the material condition is, in some respects, a driver of the belief, and people aren't, in some respects, forced into whatever they end up doing by their situation. The stimulus response, right? Like pressing a button on a calculator, it shows a number according to the button you pressed. And so when people go about reasoning in general, and there's some kind of overestimation of what might call rationality. I mean, it's sort of more closer to the internal process is something like guessing and checking. Intuitions are given post hoc rationalizations. And sort of the way of course, the rationalizations figure into it, of course, is rejection of the results when the post hoc analysis it says it's bad, right? So
Yeah, like
well, in terms of say like the benighted areas or whatever, or benighted situations, societies, whatever you want to call it, the kinds of marching on despite horrific material conditions, where let's feed into another trope. Why not? Basically they're like in such horrific misery. It's like, oh, well, why do they live? Their little post-hoc
yeah,
rationalization for following their instinct. Is, oh well, there'll be an afterlife where it's all good.
everyone's after something more in life. I understand that. I think that's the sort of direction you were heading down, was that people expect more out of life when they get to a certain position, and they strive to achieve that. And I spoke a little bit about that the other day, about trying to keep up with the Joneses. I don't personally believe that that's something that we all need to adhere to. That's an individual thing. Some people like to get all they can out of life, and some people are happy with what they've got, and no matter what it is, and that's an individual thing.
Behavioral economics. It doesn't necessarily speak to one's maybe overarching issues in life and such, but it does speak to maybe smaller behaviors, and it actually says something of a rather different pattern. That being what they call satisficing. I'll spell it in the side chat. And basically, the idea of satisficing is people only go so far to get something until some kind of level of satisfaction, and then, well, their quote-unquote profit level, so to speak, is ignored from there out. They just say, well, we've got enough, stop trying. Or stop trying to do that, at least. So.
Well, you see a lot of that with a lot of the heavyweights in the corporate industry, the philanthropists in the corporate industry that want to give back. And I have nothing but admiration for people like that. They recognise that a society and indeed the world works better when the money can flow back down to the lower economic groups. And in all honesty, I believe that's the way it should be. I mean, at the end of the day, we all are going to pass, and you can't spend it once you're gone. But I have nothing but admiration for people who want to be seen in that light, that they have given everything they possibly could have back to the community or back to society.
I think that's a different dynamic, though. The noblesse oblige, or whatever, in terms of altruism, maybe altruism more generally. I think, in some respects, is, I think, predicated on I guess, one's own security. Like people, and not just in a linear way. I think there's there is some extent to which you see the say contributors to anti-poverty charities are not necessarily all that well off themselves, but at the same time, of course, beyond just ability, I think once people do get desperate, it does turn into sort of every man for themselves, and one sees, I think, I don't know if you heard of the Little Ice Age or whatever it is. The related to, I think, the Great Famine of was it 1317 or something like that. Ocean probably knows a bit about it. Yeah, I think there. One saw a few odd different things go on with. I guess people's cooperative behavior. There was. I don't have good sources. Maybe Ocean can point me to them. But I seem to recall accounts that there's a huge explosion in criminality and people going in various kinds of vicious directions, and at least up until the point of the plague, which kind of disrupted the trend. But the kind of stuff where there's just flat out murder and people outright stealing and being selfish and unaltruistic and all that is driven in various respects by circumstance, but it's not linear, right? You have kind of another odd kind of gateway, like this truly well off, securely well off, beneficiaries of old money or otherwise well established. I mean, that's where you see the noblesse oblige. People who are still climbing, so to speak, are the ones who get, I think, ideologically unaltruistic. I mean, you compare, the really old money like Bill Gates, or actually, Bill Gates isn't that old of money, but or I don't know, the Kennedys are pretty rich too, and old money too. Clintons themselves are actually old money. That kind of old money. As where kind of noblesse oblige seems to sit, and you have the other kind of more newfangled climbers, or who are, I guess, don't really have that kind of long established names. And they're the ones who are, the nasty advocates of right-wing stuff, with a number of exceptions. I think there's probably actually the most prominent, right-wing nasties are actually still old money themselves, because of course they've got the real, standing capability, networking, and all that to, make the biggest impact. But who's their base, right? The quote-unquote upper middle class climbers who, all think that their investments are gonna eventually make them millionaires, and the investor climate that drives stock stuff is, because they of course reward and punish ideological moves and governments and such, is how they're gonna make their own fortune, right? So that's.
So if I was to put the ball in your court,
of,
if I was to put the ball in your court, then Nadia, and say, and just put this hypothetical in your court there, where you had the ability to be able to help anyone you could without restriction, who would be your first port of call?
I think yeah, probably yeah, it's pretty clear what the call is with almost 1 billion in the world under the conditions. Yeah, the sustenance, food, water, etc. Sanitation,
So basically
housing,
the needy
and
of people.
medicine to the developing world. Yeah, that's probably really the really grandest, most horrific kind of.
Do you see
death
that
rate.
as solving their problem in a third world country, particularly? If you were to be able to provide for that third world country?
Well, that is a kind of a end goal, but not necessarily much about the method. The method, of course, gives you considerations of like how you stop these things from just getting overturned or reversed relatively swiftly, and that has to do with the international order, sort of geopolitical framework in which the world's operating, and that's.
So it would have to be a multi-pronged attack, if you like. So you would have to look at the situation politically as well as at the ground level, investing or educating at the ground level as well as educating the political atmosphere as well.
Yeah. I mean, we already know that. I mean, at least until climate change and fossil fuel depletion, really kind of progressed at a point they've done sufficient damage that the only real obstacle to it at this point is people being willing. I mean, people are just unwilling to do it. I mean, any kind of issue regarding distribution of resources only really has kind of, I guess, transportation, or the physical process of moving things from place to place as a genuine material obstacle to it, right? Any other problem of distribution is entirely a matter of what people have decided to do, right? So
let's say you get over the distribution issue, where that is not a factor of distributing.
That's
let's say that
rather huge leap. That's almost like that's the more fundamental issue than.
Look, surprisingly,
material
shipping stuff overseas is quite cheap comparative to any other method. Distributing, obviously, on land is a lot more costly, but because of the size of the ships and how efficient they are, it is
That's
quite.
not matter.
Well,
but what is cost? What is cost?
Yeah.
Cost is, that I guess some people are balking at the quantity of resource, or if it's deemed too great a cost, right? Right, they're saying, oh, we're not actually willing to yield quite that much, right? That's
yeah, And that's
what the entire
short-sighted.
statement cost represents. Oh,
It is very short-sighted in my view, because you end up opening up another market once you establish, or you can contribute to establishing another market. It becomes beneficial to you. You know, once you establish, let's say you get people, you lift people up, you get them established, you get them food, shelter, and
Sure.
then you're able to then have another marketplace to open up, you know, to more growth.
Short-sightedness is not necessarily the concern. I mean, there can be some areas where people can shoot themselves in the foot, like aggregate demand and whatever kind of, I guess, system boundary that one is drawn. You know, within that boundary, of course, there's a distribution there there's some kind of time frame consideration about in terms of Keynesian aggregate demand, but at the same time, the exclusion of people that where that boundary sits is the actual nature of the ethical question, and there is not a impulse or really a matter of self-interest involved when one is in. You could say people are sort of indifferent, or that it's not necessarily going to have a plus or minus incentive there to really go either way. Like, in terms of shutting people out, ostracizing them, whatever, social cleansing, etc., in whatever kind of ancient past is not really slowed many societies down, and also, of course, shutting out people by regional or whatever kind of social boundary, sometimes literally racial or whatever, has not really caused like some kind of material cost or loss to be prevented. Like the racial segregation in the U.S. was not quote unquote costing the racist white businesses money in a way that was a real long-term detriment or whatever. I mean, it was a matter of ethics as to where sort of boundary of inclusion actually lay, and I mean to predicate it on sort of ultimate self-benefit or is I don't think going to provide a reason to do it, which but there's a moral case why there's a reason to do it, right? And well, of course, I mean we're going about almost motivated reasoning in the analysis, so and on the grounds of that moral intuition. And okay, so let's ex post facto. I mean, ex post facto justification or not, I mean, just like your intuition about a math problem, if you get a valid proof or whatever, it's still a valid proof. Now, right, so we can show that or at least under various kinds of ethical systems, assumptions, and all that, that that exclusion as such, the formation of that boundary is, related to, and maybe even some kind of contributing causal force to this, these material deficits out in developing world, or where it's neocolonialized and such. And well, there from there, you have that the case rests on how you're treating people on the other side of that boundary, and that they shouldn't be excluded from the third parties, the effects on whom you consider part of what gives moral weight to your actions, or there you go.
I think I get where you're going with that, and I partly agree with some of your sentiments there. I guess what I was trying to find out was whether you have a specific area that you are focusing on yourself, whether it be ethnic or whether it be, from a humanistic perspective, as to who you would help initially if you had the opportunity. And from what I gather, you're sympathetic to people who are struggling anywhere around the world, who are struggling for food, particularly, and
or housing,
shelter.
or shelter. That all applies, and this. I mean, as far as like the sort of direst human crises, I mean, it's pretty broadly recognized as far as
it's part of the UN. It's part of the recognised human rights in their what's the word? It's recognised in the Human Rights Act, where that is what is expected by every human. Yeah. And so it follows along with those lines.
But still, there's some questions in terms of advocacy, and standing in the political order and all that. I mean, what kinds of things do I myself represent? Well, I'm not really able to speak for me in the developing world. The languages I know, maybe to the extent I have knowledge of, I'm not even fluent in anything but English. Spanish was just number 2, because at one point I was. Well, the Americas, where most of that falls, are, I guess, you have some kind of middling status for a fair amount of it, and I guess what you might call neocolonial oppression of some other cases too. And certainly the legacy of outright formal colonial oppression is pervasive throughout I guess what you might call Latin America.
Okay, Nadia. Look, I'm going to have to go, but it's been great talking to you again, and thanks for everyone else for participating in the conversation. I shall see you all later.
Absolutely. Good to have you on, Black Swan. Yeah. I'm sure Ocean will scream at my somewhere I've mischaracterized the history of Latin America.
I'm sure it's somewhere, but I wasn't paying enough attention to really tell you where. I'll get mad
I'm
at you
sure
about it
he'll.
later once I rewatch it.
I'm sure he'll forgive you. All right. See you later.
I'm so
Okay.
pissed.
And the Great Famine too, of course. Yeah. That's one of my little favorite cases because it didn't just have like sort of like the reality of what happens when there's a genuine material shortage, but also I guess well, medieval peasant rebellions, the Jacquerie, which there were a number of others. You had Gyridosa and Jack Straw, and I forget the guy in Sweden. But in some respects, they weren't quite as exemplary. The Jacquerie was almost become an archetype for it all. The sort of decapitation strike on the aristocracy that failed, and of course their retaliation, where their salting of the earth is rendered some swath of land barren in France for even to the present day. I've long since lost my sources. Globalization or whatever it is. Part of this in the nation sizing.
Hey, Palm, you there? Or Ocean?
Yep, I'm here.
Alright. Is Nadia frozen for you as well?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Hey, dude, I tried Attila.
Yeah?
Yeah, not exactly. Yeah, like, I don't like it much. I don't know.
You bastard.
Yeah.
I mean,
I like when there's like
typical atheist being wrong.
I like it when you have like an empire, right? I love the Roman, discipline and the uniformity of their army, and now they're just a bunch of, just I don't know.
No, there's
All the-
Eastern Roman Empire.
Is it more uniform?
Yeah. That's who you should be playing as.
Yeah, but I wanted the challenge, right? I wanted the Western. I played single player, the Western thing, on very hard. Managed to hold up a little bit, but the gameplay is different. I have to get used to it. I don't know. I might get it. I might actually get the game soon. I don't know. Been playing Napoleon
It's hard to be. It's the reason why it doesn't seem uniform is because it's a later Roman Empire and all the units are fucking different.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's.
There's definitely uniformity to the Western Roman Empire's army. You just have to kind of get used to what it is.
I
They're
guess so.
definitely not a rabble, and their units can kick the shit out of pretty much anybody else in the game.
I guess so. I just need to get used to it, I guess. Fuck's sake. Cannot. Oh, never mind. What are you playing now?
I'm playing Destiny.
Destiny. Is that the MMO?
Yeah.
First-person MMO?
Yep.
Oh.
I got addicted, so
Oh dear. What happened to me? Huh.
I don't know.
I
You're
think
wondering.
the other browser windows kind of hung up or something. So, in an incognito one, can't really do overlays, but still. Oh. Well, did the topic shift out from under me while I was disconnected?
We were just talking about random shit.
Hmm.
Didn't really get out from
Alter
under you.
globalization?
Just kind of nope.
Oh. Or I don't know. Any of you aware of the idea or movement or similar?
The what?
Of alter globalization.
Not really. You're too smart for me, Nadia, honestly.
Well, it's not a bit of intelligence or anything. It's just if you're aware of the idea, it's not that hard to figure out. I mean, there is kind of a nasty globalization that's going on. I think everybody knows about it, right? The whole offshoring and transnational companies and trade deals and all that, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's been going on for a while, though. There's a lot of people are talking about globalization now, and I'm like, well, globalization's pretty much been a thing since the East India Trading Company.
Oh, sure.
Things have been affecting shit across the world for a while already.
Yeah, and I mean, they said that there's idea that we're, I guess, more tightly coupling
Since the Silk Road,
area.
really. Oh, think about it. Since I'm sorry, I'm thinking about like when globalization would first be a thing, and now I'm realizing it's probably at the Silk Road. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, I'm being pedantic. Go ahead.
Oh, migration out of Africa, really.
It's probably true.
They may have even predated, I guess, the chromosome 2 fusion event that reproductively isolated modern humans from the predators. Yeah.
You're basically taking what I did and going like,
over 200,000 years.
It's like, yeah, that's true. Okay.
And of course, Alexander, I guess, was a big part of it too.
I think Alexander's after the Silk Road, though. I want to say that. I'm not sure now that I'm thinking about it.
My understanding of the Silk Road is not very complete. I largely know of it.
I have a book on it. I'll
like,
read it. I've got a little tiny book on it, printed by Oxford. You should just take a look at it.
I would not doubt that it was a trade route. I mean, effectively, sort of back to prehistory. But the question more is, I don't know, kind of like what makes it, what made it the sort of thing it is, or it was, back in, I don't know, a couple hundred years ago, it was still really a thing. That's kind of the question.
Yeah, it was the thing. I know at least 10 during the end of the Roman Empire. I don't know exactly how far back it goes.
Oh, well, yeah, I know that much. The Roman Empire. Well, of course, I think you mean Western. Yeah. I recall, like, what is it?
East Roman Empire would have been the one that would have influenced it more, but yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Both of them.
I mean, I think during the time of Hadrian, the Chinese had an actual emissary that landed in Rome somewhere.
During the time of what? Hadrian? Oh.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, that would not have been surprising. The Romans and the Chinese. There's actually it's a fun little fact. There was a legion that was captured by the Chinese, or captured by Parthia. Sorry, and yeah, and then they were brought across the Parthian Empire and deployed against the Chinese.
Oh, that a Roman legion I wasn't aware of. I was aware of. I think Bactrian. I used to know the satrap's name. One of the Bactrian satraps, I think, got into a siege with China's cavalry, who apparently were not entirely up on the tactic, and in fact just retreated once the position appeared to be impregnable.
So wait, so they captured the legion and enslaved them or convinced them to join them and fight against, or what's the deal?
I'm trying to figure out a little bit more about it. I know it was late Roman Empire, but it was something that my brother was mentioning to me a while ago.
Yeah, I know there's a movie with Jackie Chan now about Roman legion.
Oh yeah, that's like Augustus versus Emperor Qin or something like that. I think it's a historical fiction.
Yeah,
that's BS. Yeah.
I wonder if it was based on it loosely.
Or no, I think it might be Alexander versus Emperor Qin.
Yeah, Alexander.
Either way, it's I mean, Alexander would have been Emperor Qin's somewhat contemporary, except not really.
Yeah, it was. I think it might have been less than 100 years off, was it?
Yeah, they're really close. They're like obscenely close.
Yeah, but still not within each other's lifetime.
Yeah, I think that they missed each other's lifetime by like 30 years or something like that. It's really close. But it's almost kind of depressing that they weren't at the same time, and Alexander didn't go a little bit further and bump into Emperor Qin, because he would have gotten his ass handed to him. That's my belief.
Yes, that's very likely.
Really?
The siege, I think it was Xinjiang, or something else starting with an X. Whatever Bactrian satrap was involved with that. Chinese cavalry had repeating crossbows, right? So if they would have been out in an open field instead of a fortification, they would have been slaughtered.
Repeating aren't those though have low power? I've seen the Chinese repeating crossbows.
No, they're short range, but if you have people on horseback that can shoot 8 arrows a minute, it's gonna be pretty. They're gonna fuck you up no matter how far away they are.
Are they really that effective? Because I like seeing replicas and like accounts of this, but they're really low powered. Can they even pierce like mail and shields that Romans
if you have enough of them, they're gonna hurt. Like the thing is, it's not whether or not it can pierce armor. It's whether or not you can toss enough of them at a group in order that it's the likelihood of it hitting somewhere that's going to kill is going to go up tremendously once you're shooting just masses and masses of them.
I don't know. I'm still a fan of Romans. I'm pretty sure they would have adapted somehow.
These are Greeks.
You may think it's superior, but hold on. Let me see if I can find the choke code now.
These were the I guess Greek successors to Alexander, who were out in Afghanistan. They call it Bactria then.
Okay, I was still kind of in my fantasy idea that Romans were fighting Chinese, which is I think was pretty cool.
Well,
Yeah,
he gave an example.
Just like I said I was going to do, but your moderators didn't broadcast people when they came in.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Found it. Historian Homer H. Dubbs speculated in 1941 that Roman prisoners who were transferred to the Parthian eastern border might have later clashed with the Han. After losing the Battle of Carrhae in 54 BCE, an estimated 10,000 Roman prisoners were displaced by Parthians to the Margiana, to the Man frontier. And sometime later, the nomadic Zongkul Zizi established state further east of the Talas Valley, near the modern-day Taraz. After taking up these two strands, Dubbs points to a Chinese account by Ban Gu of about 100 men under the command of Zizi who fought a so-called fish scale formation to defend Zizi's wooden palisade fortress against Han forces. The Battle of Zizi is in 36 BCE, and he claimed that this might have been the Roman Testudo formation, and that these men, who were captured by the Chinese, founded the village of Liquan, Lijian, possibly Lijiao, in the Yongchan County. However, Dubbs' synthesis of the Roman and Chinese sources has not found acceptance among modern historians on grounds that there's a little Wikipedia thing on that says who, on grounds that it is highly speculative and reaching to too many conclusions. Although DNA testing in 2005 confirmed the predominantly Caucasian origin of at least a few inhabitants of Liquan, or of Liqian, this influx of Western genes could be explained just as well by trans-ethnic marriages with other people along the Silk Road. A much more comprehensive DNA analysis of more than 200 male residents in a village in 2007 showed close genetic relations between the Han Chinese populace and the Great Division from the Western Eurasian gene pool. The researchers conclude that the people of Liquan are probably of Han Chinese origin. Moreover, the area lacks a clear archaeological evidence of Roman presence. A new hypothesis of Greek hoplites in the Chinese siege Journal of Asian History from 2011 by Christopher Anthony Matthew from the Australian Catholic University suggests that these strange warriors were not Roman legionaries in their Testudo formation, but maybe Greek Macedonian descendants of Alexander the Great's army that still fought as hoplites in phalanx formation. So there you go. There's the possibility.
Yeah, the thing that I heard about in terms of I guess siege tactics, confusing Chinese cavalry is a very different account. I mean, they were not in open battle. They were within a fortification, and that was attacked by Chinese somewhere, and the Chinese were basically repelled or confused or whatever by not having siege tactics or whatever, supposedly. It sounds a little bit unlikely given how kind of obvious siege tactics are. And welcome, Brett. Good to have you on again. I think, though, there's something tragic about the, I don't know, basis of, cultural contact in this ancient world being, so martial, so much with, warfare and attempts at conquest.
Well, that's how people communicated back then. You didn't send your buddy an email, you just shoved a sword through his ass. I'm just kidding, that's not really how it was. But a lot of... part of the problem is that our view of history is very based on, markers on the basis of war. And a lot of people talk about the wars between the Romans and the Celts, or the Greeks and the Celts. And at least as far as the Greeks and the Celts were concerned, the two traded with each other and were friendly with each other much more often than they were at war. But the Greeks still considered them lesser humans, but they didn't always go to war with them. They found that things of value in them as well.
I
But
can
there are
speculate
funny
a bit.
stories about the Celts. There's a funny story about the Romans interacting with the Celts and giving them wine, and the Celts go, "What's this?" And the Romans explain to them, "Well, this is wine. It's fermented grapes, and we make it in Rome." And the Celts kind of go, "Well, we must visit Rome." And so they went to Italy and they sacked Rome.
Oh dear. I'd well, I'd maybe ask, or even though I can probably guess a few of the things you'll lay out, somebody who maybe knows more about the subject. Why is it that the history ends up getting framed around these the warfare and all that?
That's what's more interesting. That's also what they wrote about a little bit more. Like when you have more records on something, because like peacetime, you write certain records, but the records are A, fairly boring to read, and B, not as detailed. And then when you get into war, suddenly there's numbers and there's characters, and you're seeing people's actions, people being put to the test. And as far as humans have always been attracted to storytellings in which there is struggle, and war definitely has that. So as a result, we are more interested in it, and the people of the time wrote more about it.
That's pretty curious. You frame it in terms, I don't know, kind of an aesthetic concern. I thought there'd be more material ones, like it's a sort of discrete event that attracts accounts from multiple parties, and that generates I guess various kinds of archaeological remains.
Yeah, well, there's those things too. It's just not what I went with. I think that I've always been fascinated with what humans write down, or what we choose to go with, and because it's part of me having one shoe in history and another shoe in filmmaking, where because I'm very interested in history, but my job has to do with storytelling. So that's the relationship that I'm looking at it from, and that's probably has a lot to do with why I framed it the way that I did.
All right. So, well, what do you think, Brett? And Art and Palm. I mean, I don't know. As far as like all these ideas about wars and such, I mean, what why do we go digging up accounts of that instead of like I don't know, when write about I don't know their latest shoes, or who's romancing who?
Why should we do this?
Well, no. Why is it that the sort of history is framed around warfare instead of those kinds of affairs?
Because it's, I don't know, it's more important to people, I guess.
Oh, come on. I mean, the Mongols brought high heels to Europe. Come
Really?
on. Yeah.
Okay, I give up. It's patriarchy.
Absolutely. Totally. Cisgender, heterosexual, white supremacist, colonialist, capitalist patriarchy all the way.
But hey, women have fought in wars too back then, especially the barbarians and the Norse, Vikings.
Yeah, for a while, yeah.
The Celts definitely had women.
Yeah. There are.
One of the fun things about Attila is that there's lots of women in the battlefield.
Yeah, I've seen that actually. Yeah, and even in the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
There are. I guess you might call like evolutionary reasons or whatever with group selection, and don't tend to favor that, at least amongst kind of even to modern day. I mean, didn't Russia or USSR have like a well, maybe not entire gender equality, but a lot more gender equality in the military in World War II, and nowadays, ethnic Russians are going extinct. Right?
Yeah, that was more because of I would say desperation. Yeah, there's a lot of fighting forces that are mostly women. I mean, there's like female snipers, female tank drivers, tank crews actually, and female pilots. For
Who are the
example,
female snipers? I know the voice in the fighter jets system in
yes,
USSR was named Nadia.
yes,
Uh,
yes. That's one of the first systems actually ever. The automatic voice system in planes. That's USSR developed it, I think, amongst the first. Also, in the Second World War, there was this famous battalion of night witches who were a night bombing corps who used to bomb German positions. They would basically fly over the positions, switch off their engines, glide to the target, drop the bombs, and just glide away. Yeah. They inflicted heavy casualties on them.
All right. What do you think, Brett? Why is it more important that Subutai Khan, I don't know, killed a bunch of Polish knights instead of bringing high-heeled shoes to Europe?
They were probably atheists, Nadia.
Come on, Brett. What do you think? Or why is it more important that the Turks were, I guess, trying to blow up things under the walls of Vienna instead of bringing coffee?
I think we can engage Brett in a better way. Recently he made like a video of Richard Dawkins, like kill whatever that smart wheelchair guy. I don't even remember his name.
Stephen Hawking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Brett.
Smart wheelchair guy.
Did Richard Dawkins really say that, Brett? I don't know if he's back from his coffee break.
Oh, he went AFK?
He didn't say so.
Oh, darn.
What, you guys want to talk to me? I just got back. I was chilling with my wife. What's up?
Welcome back, Brett.
I had questions of like, why is more important that the Mongols killed a bunch of Polish knights and bringing high-heeled shoes to Europe, or why it's more important that the Turks were trying to blow up the walls of Vienna underground than bringing coffee to Austria?
I have no clue. I wonder why it is that Stalin and Pol Pot did what he did. What can you do?
Well, it's more that why is history framed in terms of warfare instead of
I don't know, because they're a bunch of dirty, angry apes, right?
Well, if you want a serious answer from me, for example, I kind of rethought this. I would say probably it's because military strength or military knowledge is what gives power to civilizations. It's going to be deemed important.
Okay. The importance in terms of like what civilizations live and die or rise and fall, or which ones have material to even leave anything behind and all that. Go ahead.
War also marks a lot of the important changes that people note, like when borders change or when civilizations end. At least up until fairly recently, civilizations almost universally ended because they were killed off or just defeated in warfare and controlled. But it would be either that or they would just be consumed by another nation. Usually either through some kind of minor warfare and then economic domination, or just through economic domination. Rome was really good at economic domination. But even then, we still pay attention to the wars.
And welcome, Balthazar. we originally branched out from kind of alter globalization related discussion about the international order, in terms of addressing the greatest human needs, and to sort of why history is seemingly framed so much in terms of warfare instead of say cultural and
Yeah. That
other kinds of trends. So,
the most interesting historian I think there is Needham. He writes. He have written epic, enormous, mammoth work about Chinese history, and he goes. He takes a materialistic. He's a Marxist, also a materialistic perspective, and he explains every also the new thoughts and philosophy. He traces it back to technology, and it's amazing. And he has many things that he has written is shown up or are held to be verified or are accepted.
is
And
this Science and Civilization in China?
Yeah, it's like, why don't you have, like, take the example, why don't you have this kind of slavery in China that you had in like in let's say in Europe? So then you can see that the how to explain it? Yeah, like the Chinese peasant had big bows, and the Chinese military had just bamboo bamboo how to say, cover armor. So they don't they it was not that difficult to the peasant could easier defend themselves, and so on. And the same is what I talked with Ocean about, like the position of women. That was my point. That is that the more dependent people have been on each other. If you have a small population, women are much higher seen, because you need them. You need them for production. You need them for even for warfare. And that is a material cause. It's not, and that will also, So I think it's interesting, very interesting to read history outside only the big personalities, because they are. I mean, I'm not against it, but the big personalities. I think it's Carlyle that made that so popular in history, that you have the the kings and the heroes and the big personalities that change history.
One thing I might ask so is well, in terms of the sort of scale and society, and the arc of history, we've had a trend toward increasing scale, but it doesn't seem that that trend aligns with the idea you advanced of people's I don't know, being less disposable and more cooperative, especially in terms of, say, Steven Pinker's analysis from Better Angels of Our Nature. Can we open it up to everyone else on what they think in terms of the interaction between, I guess, scale and the kinds of social power relations, or people treating each other well? And oh, darn it, got backed out. But anyway.
Told you we should go to crucifying Richard Dawkins.
Is Art still here?
Yeah, he's AFK, of course.
Damn it. I have information for him.
History
That
is
bastard.
Oh. Francois Boucher has 20,000 years of fashion, history of costume and personal adornment. That sounds like a...
Ocean, can you remember when we talked about Christianization in Scandinavia?
Briefly, yeah.
Yeah, I looked it up again with Denmark, and I talked about a king that it's the first king that tried to Christianize, or he was the first that tried to use violence to Christianize Norway, and he built the first church, and he baptized himself in Ireland or something like that. This guy, he was killed by this Danish king. What is his name? Svein Tusheg. I don't know. You know the king that they sing about this London Bridge is falling down. You know this, of course, this event. When the Danish king he invades England about year 1000, and you have this song from that London Bridge is falling down, isn't it like that? At least this Danish king, he was not a Christian, and he actually killed this Norwegian king that tried to make Norway Christian, and the reason was that the Norwegian king had slept with his sister. So, yeah.
Hey.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So there is. I mean, there is. Of course, it's very nuanced when you how Scandinavia was Christians. I think there are very big differences there. From country to country. So Denmark is much more continental, because you were talking about the continental influences, and I guess in Denmark the case was just totally different.
So I'll open the floor to Brett, because I think he might have had a topic in mind, and well, you need more hands in the, or cooks for the soup for the conversation. Also, I'll get to a couple links for history of fashion for.
As Palm pointed out, I did a video today basically talking about a tweet or a twit that Richard Dawkins put out. It's not super recent, but it's been out there, and I've been noticing people responding, and I'm a bit shocked. He basically stated that people should abort defective children and all that, and I find that kind of interesting, because if he'd used that kind of logic, he would have ended up killing Stephen Hawking, who is clearly disabled. Now, Palm, you actually seen him. What was your opinion?
As a baby? Is Richard Dawkins is saying killing people as babies, right?
Well, apparently Richard Dawkins doesn't see children that are disabled. He actually refers to them as in his tweet.
To make a quibble, Richard Dawkins would then not have killed Stephen Hawking, because Stephen Hawking didn't develop his disability until later in life.
Yes, but if science were to be able to come up with a way to be able to point out that Stephen Hawking had this issue in him, then that would have been considered defective. If Richard Dawkins didn't feel like there was a scientific way to cure it or stop it, then he would have been more than happy to throw Hawking into the furnace.
I think, what is it, the genetic testing to screen, I guess, fetuses for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis probably didn't exist at the time that Stephen Hawking was
Right,
conceived. Or,
right, Nadia. I know that, but the analogy is getting rid of defective children, which is what Richard Dawkins went for. A lot of people on both
oh,
sides, non-believers and God-believers, got pissed off at this. Apparently, there's non-believers out there who apparently do have defective children themselves. So they don't like being
I'm
told
not
by the Pope of
sure.
atheism to abort them.
Well, the framing of it rests on the, I guess, evaluation or naming them to sort of already be children, right? In the secular analysis, where this is coming from, they're not children yet. I mean, the question is, are you going to create such a child? And it's not yet created. You can merely observe a precursor that you can get some kind of indication of what you're about to create will be.
Right.
So,
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? Logically and rationally. Let's say Palm. Palm, you mind if I use you as an example?
Go ahead, Brett. We're in
You
the tag team right now.
you find your girlfriend or wife, or maybe you already have one, and you end up finding out that you got a child that may end up having Down syndrome. So by the fact that you've actually seen Down syndrome people in your real life and everything, you're going to say, well, I see what Down syndrome people look like and the way they behave and act, so therefore I don't want one of those, and then proceed to get an abortion. Can you see the problem?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds rough.
So, well, very briefly, Ocean, I put a couple links out there to things about the history of fashion.
Yay for fashion.
Actually,
Wow.
I'm sort of interested in the history of fashion, so this is great.
Yeah, I dug it up. But
It's one of those like little side interests that I've had where it's like, ooh, but I don't know. I think that the fashion history gets really interesting starting in the 1900s. There's a lot of period buffs that get really into it in like the 1800s and 1700s. But I think that male fashion is much more interesting at that point. But women's fashion is way cool coming in after the 20s, during and after. Anyway, that's my rant. I'm gone.
Darn it, Brett. How would you back out? Anyway.
I'm gonna try and download this.
So,
got it.
The question Brett raised, does it really rest on anything apart from the same kind of personhood question that the abortion discussion generally rests upon? I think it's reduced to the same personhood, contention, analysis, whatever, debate regarding, fetuses or things before birth, right? Go ahead. And welcome back, Brett, of course.
Well, Nadia, of course I'm going to take the particular topic a little upsetting and everything personally. I've got family members, and I also have a daughter with what Dawkins would see as discrepancies, but she's making A's in her class. She's even in a advanced art class, doing quite well, and I don't like it whenever some individual states, well, person might have limitations, so therefore they should have been aborted. I don't know if that's the way I want to do civilization.
Well, but a central contention here is, at carrying out that act of, preventing this person from being born. Are they already a person at the time of that act, or is it preventing having ever made a person in the first place? Right?
He's not basing it upon they're a person or a potential of life yet. He's basing it upon people who actually exist. He looks at children and adults who are walking around with Down syndrome, and he states, well, we don't want children like that being born into the world. We need to get rid of that. He's basing it upon what is already here. That's the problem.
Oh, what do you think is bad about what is already here that he's wishing to prevent?
That's his perception. I don't perceive people with Down syndrome as being needing to be aborted, or that they're trash or less than valuable of a human being, as he has pointed out. He referred to them as an it on the Twitter.
Well, it's not uncommon for children you don't know the gender of yet, but or if you say somebody's pregnant, they haven't got the gender tested yet, or from whatever means. A lot of times they'll say it. It's not that contentious. I think the part that comes the question here is you're deeming it as a value of the person, right? Like are they good as a being in themselves, and you're somehow making a statement on their character, or that's resting on their characters, whether they should be brought into being. And I think the basis of the analysis is from a different direction again in the secular context. I think the basis of the analysis is how is the situation of the person that's going to be brought into being? Is it actually good for them? Right? Are they, in some respects, helpless or defenseless and vulnerable, and possibly going to have trouble on that front because of the kind of situation going to be brought into, and of course, what kinds of health afflictions will they have? I mean, there's Down syndrome is not merely neurological. There are serious cardiac issues as well. They're actually the life-limiting factor in most cases, as I understand it.
Right. And there's, besides my video being out there, there's Muslims, Christians, pagans, and Jews and atheists who feel like what he said was pretty insensitive. But one thing I found really interesting, where I favorited some videos, was apparently the community of individuals with Down syndrome made videos towards Mr. Dawkins, and they assured him that they are happy and they don't require abortion.
Yeah. And those who are saying this are perhaps very crude in the way they phrase it, and maybe fully even aware of the kind of analysis they're bringing to bear on a subject to articulate it. But I mean, the kind of angles that I presented, do those clarify somewhat what people are coming at? No one really does anything they don't think is right. I mean, the decision to do something is predicated upon having discerned that is the right thing to do, right? So, if you don't understand why they think what they're doing or advocating is right, then you don't understand, quote unquote, what's wrong with them, right? So, has it clarified? Has what I said clarified enough to you? Kind of, at least what the thought process is behind this kind of.
Kind of reminds me of something I told you about a while back there, Nadia. About I'm sure you haven't had the opportunity to watch The Theory of Everything yet, but Stephen Hawking, whenever he was halfway through his age, right now he's like almost 80 years old, isn't he? Yeah, about 80. So halfway through his life, he ended up going into a major coma, where the doctors actually came to his Christian wife and said, hey, this guy isn't going to have any kind of quality of life. Most likely he's going to end up dying, so why don't we go ahead and pull the plug on him and end his ass? And even if we try to do surgery and somehow survived, he wouldn't be able to talk again. So, and although the friends of his that were non-believers stated, well, he ain't going to have nothing, he's going to do nothing, tried to convince her, she went ahead due to her belief that he was valuable and needed to stay alive. And apparently he's been a badass ever since. Thank goodness.
Well, there's a question of justifying the means. Like, for instance, let's say that achieving some incredible benefit, like I don't know, curing, cancer or something, is possible by torturing some individual, their whole life. Basically, cradle to grave, torture nonstop and all that. I mean, generally, people are going to say,
You
well,
claim to have been tortured almost your entire life and gone through living hell. According to your logic, we ought to abort you. That would suck.
I actually advocate that.
Well, I wouldn't.
I
dig
said
you.
I should have been aborted. But
You see what I mean? You're ready to throw yourself under the bus. Damn.
well, on what grounds, right? Or in what framework, right? Should avoiding having created me is different from killing me at some point.
Yeah, but there's easy opportunities opposed to a permanent solution. If you were given the opportunity of good employment and everything to put your education to use, if you could get the money that you are required in order to do the surgery to make yourself emotionally as well as physically happy in what you consider quality of life, you don't need to die. You don't need to be killed. You just need these damn solutions and goals to be taken over.
I wouldn't have been killed. I would have never been brought into being. My mother should have never met my father. How about that? Or should have married somebody else. And what about that? How about that? Instead of getting a time machine, Doctor Who, instead of going back and whether an abortion during when she was pregnant with what would ultimately become me. How about Doctor Who going back in time, playing matchmaker? So my mom and dad ended up pairing up with other people. How about that?
Well, how about we go back in time and try to teach your mom and dad how to be a little bit more supportive and loving and be there for you as opposed to sit there and do you like this? I like that better.
Let's just consider it, in the kind of framework I said. I mean, you could regard it, my other health issues like, my pancreas being destroyed and all that. Those are bad too. So, I mean, in terms of, intervening at the time of, my creation, so to speak, would, option one, where Doctor Who sets up my mom and dad with other people besides each other, be radically morally different to you from giving my mother an abortion when she was quote unquote pregnant with me? Would that be morally different to you?
I would not have wanted you to be aborted. I enjoy your company, Nadia.
Okay, so how about option two? Doctor Who sets up my mom and dad with other people besides each other.
Well, why does that have to be the case for? Why can't we just use the time machine to go back and work on the parents to be nicer?
Well, it raises a different moral dilemma, right? Which I think it's not really my parents per se either, right? Even if the whole trans thing hadn't gone so sour, so to speak, I mean, it'd still be like incredible financial burden throughout my life. I'd still be sterile. probably still be unpassable, so on and so forth. So the important thing is, you know, Doctor Who sets up Mom and Dad with other people besides each other, and that way, I'm also never born. Right? Is that you know, to you more or less problematic than the abortion?
I'm sorry, I can't respond to you because according to your scenario, you don't exist anymore. I can't talk to non-existence.
Okay, well, you can make it a third person. You know, somebody else.
A parallel dimension, Nadia?
Well, let's say try somebody else. You know, a third party that neither one of us are involved with. You know, is terribly afflicted by some condition from birth, and okay, or will be terribly afflicted. Let's say we have foreknowledge, you know, and are in the present. You know, no time machines necessary. Now, are steering their parents toward other people besides each other, and aborting, you know, the fetus with the problem or whatever.
Nadia, there's
once it's there,
going to be able to say or argue that it will make
sorry?
me say it's okay to abort Down syndrome children. It's not going to happen. Let me point out something to you.
Well, I'm not really going in that direction.
I've had what is
direction.
referred to as supposedly normal functioning human beings fuck me over 1,000,000 times in my life, but I never had one Down syndrome child or teenager or adult do me wrong in any kind of way.
That's not the nature of the argument.
The reason why people with Down syndrome is happy is that no one tells them what they have to be happy. They are just living the day, and they are extreme happy, as I see them. So no one is telling them you have to do and accomplish that to have a good life. So they are just living. I mean, they find joy when they get a new toy and so on. I mean, but they are free from this constructing what will make them happy.
Well, when well
they are
cared
free
for,
from they are like free from also a career and so on. You know, the whole competition game that we have set up. They are free from that. No one expects a guy with a here they work in factories producing things, and we take good care of them, and they are just beautiful, happy. I mean, they have
that's predicated on being well cared for.
No, it's not cared for because no one are telling them every day that they are they are not worth anything because they don't achieve something. You know.
How far do you think they get in Somalia?
You know, I was watching this documentary, Mr. Ballstar, where this guy, he was going major league. He was going to be like a great baseball player, but apparently within his first year, he ended up breaking his knee. He felt like he'd spent his entire life. He was this athletic machine and just had all kinds of dreams and idea of what he was going to do, but since his knee got broke, he wasn't able to do it anymore. So he started feeling like he didn't have any value to his life. So every day he'd go to the grocery store and pick up some damn alcohol. And there, working in the store, was a young man with Down syndrome. And every time the young man with Down syndrome seen the athlete with the broken kneecap, he would give him a hug and say, "I love you, and God is here for you," every single time he went in. They became friends, and the baseball players actually pointed out that if it wasn't for that young man with Down syndrome, he probably would have killed himself. So you're not going to get me to make any arguments towards aborting Down syndrome children. I'm sorry.
But I mean, you must see Brett, how difficult it is when you have set up your plan and constructed how you want your reality to become, and everything fails. I mean, that is a very hard thing to face, you know. So yeah. So I also, I mean, it's a head. It's not physical. I mean, it's just how you think. I mean, So, and of course, I also get sad when Nadia tells she want she hopes she would never be born. I mean, that is
Well, preventing
more.
someone from
Makes me
coming into
feel like
being
she doesn't enjoy our
is,
discussions.
but the important thing to be highlighted here is that the secular analysis of this, has a different perspective of what you are generally deeming to be killing, right? So the way that this is highlighted is by showing you that the alternative way of say preventing, I don't know, to say two parents carrying a recessive gene for some horrific condition, are told, oh, before they ever even have sex, oh, you two of you are, if you get together and have a child, you'll have a child with this horrific defect. Marry other people without the recessive gene. So let's say that this happens, and well, they follow the instructions, um, and this kind of analysis is similar to how the secular, etc., context, worldview, whatever it is, sees the abortions, right? They don't see that there's a person there. They see that this.
I know. And
Sorry,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
going to be the guy that you want to talk to on this issue because I'm biased. I have a child that some Richard Dawkins would see as not worthy of being born, so I'm not the guy to talk to on that.
Well, let's try another one. Let's say that there's a pill that basically says prevents some kind of birth defect from happening in the parents. It changes their sperm or eggs or something. So when they merge, whatever it is that causes the defect doesn't happen. How about the pill that, the eggs, sperm and eggs still merge? Same old way. Whatever chemicals in the pill, make sure the genes go right, so to speak. How about that? What do you think of that? You say yes or no to that pill.
I'm listening to you and thinking about it.
Yeah, meaning the quote unquote sperm and egg, same ones that would make the child with Down syndrome, still get together. But that chemical, does something that makes sure the extra chromosome doesn't pop up and they come out not Down syndrome. Okay. Should the parents or whichever parent take the pills?
Well, as long as the pill doesn't kill the person.
Yeah, sperm and egg still merge together. The whole thing, egg goes down a fallopian tube, implants in the uterine wall, grows to, full-fledged everything. And
in my video, I stated perhaps Richard Dawkins
very beginning,
and scientists like him should probably try to figure out some kind of scientific way of solving the issue or helping individuals as opposed to eradicating them. So I'm open to a pill that can just simply fix things like that.
Yeah, it isn't actually fixed though. It's prevention, right? But the prevention is at a very really basic level. Like the idea, the chromosomes are doing their splitting and merging and all that, and when the sperm and egg come together, that's kind of when the extra chromosome comes out. And
right, but it ain't killing babies, so I'm finding a pill that helps.
The chemical does something to help the chromosomes from having an extra one pop in and quote unquote mess things up, right? So, the whole thing, the whole process, still goes through. It's just a little bit of extra guidance that keeps the thing that hurts the eventual person from happening and hurting them. So, yeah, you would endorse that in some respects. So, you're not saying that.
Things that help people, sure, but not kill them.
Mm-hmm. And your idea is, well, once there's, say, I'm not sure if it's sperm and egg come together and get you with, I guess some, a set of chromosomes that's got the extra chromosome. Once that that thing happens, you're saying, well, that's kind of already a person, and stopping that from, I guess being born or whatever is killing it, right?
I don't think killing it by giving it a pill to fix what you claim to be the case. They're talking about, Dawkins is saying eradicate, completely wipe out the life in existence. That isn't fixing shit.
I don't think I've seen the quote, but I can see discussions of eradication in terms of, same kind of idea as eradicating smallpox or eradicating polio, right? They're not trying to talk about killing off the people. I mean, people who wanted to eradicate smallpox or eradicate polio are talking about killing people who were infected with the disease, right? They're talking about keeping anybody new from becoming infected, right? So there is some astoundingly poor communication from Richard Dawkins if he's conveying these things this way, and and maybe he should delegate to better communicators. Or if he actually, holds bad positions on this front, should go away. Which I don't really have that much confidence in Dawkins not to hold.
Well, Dawkins is asshat. There's the link right there if you want to see his quote.
Yeah, the video's tough to digest while involved in this.
I understand.
Also, I have a doctor's appointment at 1, and given that the walk is about an hour long, I probably best off, closing up shop in about 45 minutes. So.
Sounds about right. So, Nadia, I got a question for you. I think I asked you this a while back, but maybe your position in the view has changed. Who knows? I can't assume that you're always going to hold on to stuff. So the United States of America decides that it wants to create an organization that puts little bases in every single state of the United States. It claims that if you're at least 17 years old and up, you can go to the organization no matter what your health issue is, no matter what your problem is. And if you get at least a week to 2 of therapy, you can sign a paper where they either, one, take you into a room, inject you with poison and kill your ass, or they take you out back with kind of a gated area where they just shoot you right in the face. Would you be okay with this? Go ahead.
Yeah. Like voluntary, self-directed euthanasia, I would generally endorse, even in the absence of, physical and medical conditions. On the other hand, the manner and process and such is, well, you're not really saying enough about it to say that it'd be
with
wrong.
a needle? or if the person, obviously people have their different way that they want to go bye-bye. Person can either die by being taken into a room, be white sheets and everything, a doctor comes and injects them, or if they want things a little bit faster, a little bit more dramatic, simply be taken out in the backyard of the building and have someone put a couple slugs in their head.
Well, okay, let me. It's more of a screening process. You said something about evaluation. The evaluation is itself a bit of a question, right? So Belgium has something like this, but generally, you know, the evaluation I think requires some medical issues, and the way Belgium and such go about it, I think the part of the trouble is, you know, actually even without Belgium, uh, there's a risk or whatever of someone who kind of applies for it and such, you know, well, what happens when they say no? Um, is there some kind of retaliation? Is seeking it itself regarded as some kinds of grounds for institutionalization or whatever? That's kind of where the problem lies, and a subtler and more sophisticated approach for evaluation and what to do about it and all that is worthwhile. I mean, there's also social dynamics too. I mean, to the extent people might want to, I guess, end things, whatever, from quote unquote being in bad situations. Well, a lot of those bad situations come from, social policy or social ostracism, whatever. Right? If you've got some kind of excluded, you can say, ethnic or whatever it is group, something that's not morally blameworthy per se, it gets ostracized that way, and situation rests on that ostracism, denial of employment, poverty, whatever. There is a bit of an ethical quandary to it's sort of like pressuring them into extinction or quote unquote making them so miserable to do themselves in, right? So the consideration of that kind of social dynamic and having some kind of means of preventing it is also very worthwhile. And there's of course more. I mean, end of life considerations regarding caretaking, economics, burden on the family, and all that. They also present a probably even more common quandary. You don't want people, signing up for this thing just because they, want to alleviate a financial burden on families, right?
Why does it matter?
It does. Well, it does matter if that kind of dynamic is itself a kind of outcome, and that dynamic as an outcome is kind of dynamic as outcome per se. It is part of where you get the process obsessed or legitimation through process kind of things like libertarianism, where it's all like, oh, it's all property rights equals change and all that. So, the kind of thing where all that is the kind of dynamic I described with the elderly and their caretaking. Well, actually, I'm rambling on long enough. I should say welcome to John, and not sure where Bob went, but hopefully he'll be back. I think, what is it? Was it Logan's Run or Soylent Green or something like that? Some kind of 70s movie had similar as a premise, but of course, I think something weird was going on like Soylent Green. I think they were eating him. So yeah, you don't want that kind of social dynamic to go on. Just what you do want is where somebody's situation, etc., is too miserable. They're not like forced to endure terrible things just for some kind of weird prohibition's sake.
It's odd. You were. It sounded like earlier you were willing to sit there and get rid of the children who were defective, and you were looking to get rid of yourself. But all of a sudden, you have some kind of empathy for individuals who might want to walk into a building, just have their head slugged in a couple times, and end it. It's odd. It's a weird way of looking at it.
Well, that way of looking at my way of looking at it rests on sort of the opposite view of it, what you might call an external critique, kind of from your own worldview, idea of when somebody's a person and all that jazz, as opposed to kind of starting from within my own premises, reasoning, whatever, and where did the idea come from? Where did the conclusion come from? I mean, if you come, I did say that you should have kind of this internal understanding in general. And welcome, Dex.
Good morning.
The conclusion, if you were trying to understand how it was arrived at, how they got to it, you unwind, step by step, and you eventually unwind back to, quote unquote, things at the bottom. I guess perceived evidence, etc., or perceived facts. Also, things like presuppositions, you might call it. So it takes a little bit of care to carry out that kind of analysis, and I don't know. I think it helped to be able to challenge the things underlying, because from their more immediate precedents or more proximal, the things that are too close to the surface, those things are just pretty solid conclusions. In a process that goes from that surface level to just all right.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So how's it feel being religious yourself, though, Nadia?
How did I do that?
Well, the courts declared atheism as a religion, so you still hate religion?
Well, I would say that I'm a bit further out in a different way from that spectrum. The idea of hate is a bit odd in this respect, but the idea that people should be uplifted from the kinds of things that drive them to that deistic belief, in effect, Marx, it's the symptom, not the problem. You don't. I don't think there's a way to counteract the symptom once the problem's in place. The underlying problem is how you deal with it most cases. But I mean, theistic belief per se isn't the only thing that's going on in the world, and so I'd say there's more to persuade people of. And last but not least, as terms of being deemed a religion per se, that marker isn't consequential to me. As I guess understood in the past, the term doesn't seem to validly apply. It kind of just seems like a mistake in I don't know, usage of words or something. But yeah, apart from that, it doesn't really mean that much. I do have worldview. You can ascribe the collection of worldviews that are just have a lack of belief in a god, or belief that there is no god, or whatever, is compatible with your system. But the kinds of other coherence with things taken to be religions that doesn't really exist. You can see already the leftist and philosophical kind of frame of thought is, not really where much of this is coming from. You've got the Ayn Rand libertarians. You've got the skeptics and magicians, and I guess last but not least the geek culture, and those are the kind of cultural practice, etc. bonds that are lacking between me and the rest of them. So in smoke clears, yeah, it just looks like a factual error, and one that's not terribly consequential, or possibly even like even a useful fiction, just for, I don't know, people in prison or something. Not there are very many of us in prison, but still. What do you think, Dex?
I thought that was a very lengthy answer to Brett's question.
How do you feel about atheism being a religion?
A religion?
Yeah, Supreme Court ruling or something. Actually, it's not the Supreme Court. It's some kind of U.S. Federal Circuit Court or something.
Right.
Which, yeah.
So how? I mean, how does that exactly work?
Well, there's a few different religions that exist that don't require a deity to them. Buddhism is one of them.
Right.
No, it works, Dex. It works like with the formulation. If we view a religion as taking a position to divinity, so if you formulate a religion as to taking a position to divinity, atheism is a religion.
Okay.
But I mean, it's for the First Commandment uses. I guess it's to secure, the rights of or the, the not the religious rights, but the rights not having a religion. But it's formulated.
There are additional examples of things I'd say would not qualify as religions that do involve gods. There is, for example, mere theism. That is, in effect, no additional beliefs or anything atop just the sort of mere existence of some kind of say, personal or intercessionist to whatever god. I mean, literally nothing else is said about it, about it in the belief system, or all the beliefs that the person holds, apart from that, just the thing exists and has, those very, very minimal attributes, right?
Right.
That's
So,
not a religion.
right. So, essentially it becomes I don't know, like a belief system that is protected under law. Is that sort of the goal of the courts? So that it can't be discriminated against. If somebody doesn't believe in God, they can't be discriminated against.
I think context of the case, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brett, was I guess religious practice within prisons. Is that right?
Yeah, some atheists that were in prison, they wanted their own study time, so they wanted to make it into a religion. So that is what it is. Apparently, they got what they wanted. So don't get mad at me. I've been noticing that atheists been getting pissed off at me. It was atheists that got that shit turned into a religion, not me. I was fine with you guys just claiming that you evolved from slugs and nothingness. I was okay with that.
Well, they're still claiming that, I'm sure. It's just that I guess they worship the slug. All hail the slug. Give thanks to the slug.
You know what the difference between a Buddhist and an atheist is? One meditates more.
They're the same thing.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Well, usually when one thinks of a Buddhist and everything, and I know we've got modern day Buddhists who are uploading YouTube videos and going, "Yeah, man, I read some chi and here I am," But
it's only some particular
Buddhist is a type of atheist.
varieties. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, anyways, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say there's only some particular schools of Buddhism that are atheistic, and it's not that they say take a stance on a sort of personal deity so much as that their supernatural I guess ideas about, or the ideas of what exists that is supernatural.
Right.
Don't really discuss or feel that personal creator supreme beings are terribly relevant.
Right. Yeah, actually, it's ironic because just 2 days ago I got into a discussion with a guy who claims to be a Buddhist atheist, and he was defending and justifying the amazing atheist having sex with a 14-year-old. And he said, I don't see a problem if the child sits there and consents to it, then it's perfectly fine. So I just got done talking to a Buddhist atheist. It was weird.
I was thinking about a guy, I think he was from Australia. He calls himself a realist, and he says Jesus had everything 100% right when it comes to being enlightened and telling the truth, but he was not a Christian, so he would be an atheist Christian. So if you believe that would be to be a Buddhist atheist would be to be then you can also be an atheist Christian, and it makes no sense, of course.
It definitely doesn't. There's a link right there if you want to see the comments, so you know I'm not fooling with you on this. Buddhist atheist. He's telling me that as long as the child consents, he doesn't see a problem.
Right.
And Buddhism, they have so many more deities than in Christianity. I mean, it's filled up with deities, and the supernatural and
the larger schools of Buddhism. I think the Zen and the Japanese do have many deities. Yes. The other thing I wanted to bring up there was that your idea you're bringing up with the ethical stance, I mean, they are committing what we might deem gross errors in moral reasoning. But what is their error in their moral reasoning is a question I don't think is entirely answered by just saying, "Oh well, it's terrible." I think the some of the trouble is the assessment of how crucial informedness is to, consent as a legitimating, factor to consent, as well as the maybe factual matters of the abilities of young forming not completely educated people to even be informed, right? So I think if we dig deeper into whatever that person's error in moral reasoning when they endorsed the sex of a 14-year-old, we'll find those kinds of issues sitting at the root. Go ahead.
No, I'm just listening to you. It sounded like you were giving a justification for it. That was kind of odd.
Well, when we issue our condemnation itself has to be justified, right? I mean, I'm not endorsing this person. I'm saying, our condemnation lacks any force or strength without some reasoning put behind it to make a solid case. And we also have a duty to make a solid case against things that are that terrible. Go ahead.
All right. Can you give me a valid reason why a person who is between 20 and 30 or 30 and 40 would have any kind of interest in someone who is, let's say, 12 or 10 in the first place? Can you give one valid reason why someone that should be an okay situation?
Well, they're attracted because they have hormones involved, obviously, and there's no doubt that there can be an emotional, a real emotional connection to somebody that young. The reason we don't do it, as Nadia said, is because a person that young, is not fully mature to make such decision, and there's a very likely scenario where the older person is going to be taking advantage of the younger person, even if they don't intend to, because they understand what's happening to them far better than the younger person, who is essentially at the mercy of their hormones that they're experiencing for the first time, and these emotions that they're also chances are experiencing for the first time. This is why we don't look down upon, for example, a 14-year-old and a 14-year-old, being in love and having, we may disapprove of a 14-year-old and a 14-year-old being in a sexual relationship together, but we certainly don't think that it is, a sort of an immoral act for one party to the other. Instead, we just think that maybe they just shouldn't do it, and wait in the first place. Don't you agree, Brett?
Well, I think that atheists probably shouldn't go around touching kids. That's what I'm thinking.
I think no. And you think religious people should go around touching kids?
Nope, not at all.
Okay then. So why did you include the atheist in there?
I do notice that a lot of atheists out there defending this kind of shit. I've actually got videos to prove it on my new site.
Well,
I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that less than 100 years ago, the age of consent in most of the United States, which was pretty much a Christian nation back then, was 10.
Not to mention that the biggest religious organization is known to abuse little kids in a sexual way, the Catholic Church.
Oh. So there's a discussion to be had about that, but before we want to wander too far, I'd like to, make clear, get a double check, and then maybe reiterate clarification. You understand, Brett, that I actually do condemn anyone going around endorsing this kind of dealing with underage children that way.
All right, that's pretty clear to me.
Okay. So let me hang on. I had a follow up. I had a follow up that was important. I had a follow up that was important. If you could, please hold on a minute. The follow up was that I think there is a need to say that forcefully, but the kind of force that is necessary is not mere being emotional about it. It is having solid reasons, right, that are argued well. You understand that too, Brett?
I hear what you're saying there, Nadia. Can you explain Alfred Kinsey, atheist guy who basically was doing a study on sex? Why did he need to exploit children just to know if children under the age of 10 are able to have orgasms for? Why would this atheist do that for?
Well, that's what we all atheists do, you see. I mean, just from time to time, Is that what you want to hear?
Not only do non-believers sit there on YouTube and endorse the shit, not you, Nadia. You made it very clear, and I respect that. But then you guys crack jokes about it. Think his shit's funny.
Oh yeah, we think raping babies is funny. Yeah.
Well, I think you're speaking of an element of a movement I'm not really genuinely a part of, but also the maybe issue to examine. Sorry. Did you just eject Brett? Okay. As a brief continuation of this, the issue I think is central to this is that the methods of, say, human scientific or sociological studies, are ethically constrained. And we do this quite a bit of science. It's part of why stem cell research in the United States. I mean, the extent that there's personhood, etc., involved with the studies of, say, embryonic stem cells. Those have been regulated out of the United States. Whether or not that stem cell prohibition is valid or not, it's an example of restrictions on human scientific studies. And welcome, Green.
Hey, Green. What's going on?
Hey, Green Soul.
In like fashion, to the extent that Kinsey, violated the kinds of ethical constraints on scientific studies we deem valid and all that. I'd condemn him for that. So, go ahead. Also, welcome, Green. Very good to have you on, and welcome back, Brett.
I was just sitting here looking at my comments. I cannot believe some of the kind of crap I'm say. You want to hear this real quick, Nadia?
Well, we can, although it might also be worthwhile to consult Green on, I guess, psychology and human development and how that relates to informed citizen consent.
Well, Green Soul, here's the deal. Me and Nadia, we agree that we don't like pedophilia. No matter who's doing it, they get no pass. Take them all out and put a slug in the back of their head. But the issue is they were talking about Alfred Kinsey, a guy who was considered some kind of awesome scientist at one point in time, or at least in the field of this. And apparently he decided that he wanted to have children get exploited sexually over and over again, just so he can test them as subjects and see if they can orgasm and how they react to being screwed. So that's Alfred Kinsey.
What year was this done?
You never heard of Alfred Kinsey before?
No.
Let me get you a documentary on this old boy. Hold on a second.
I'm only aware of the fact he carried out some studies on human sexuality, and not the particulars of the matter in which they were conducted, or or even necessarily the totality of the results. Go ahead.
Well, there's the link right there. It's all right there. You get to see and hear what's going on. He made it clear in his own books that he wrote that he was actually there present, watching them violently spasm and orgasm violently, and just, it was horrible, just horrible shit. There's the link right there. Shows the stuff in his books.
And the purpose of the study, if you don't mind me asking?
The purpose is that he was an extremely disgusting pervert is what it was, but for some reason people thought he was all wonderful and everything like that. Apparently some people didn't get that far into his damn book. And number two, they found out later that a lot of the shit that he said was fraudulent, so he fudged a lot of science on this in the department that he was working.
Well, then that would all get sorted out. He was basically just doing surveys for the first time on a large scale to ask people, you know, one-on-one, what they really go through their daily lives with in the bedroom. And as for how that was all interpreted and whatnot, I'm not sure. But if he made any errors, I'm sure that they've been corrected over the years by his peers. So.
Yeah, well, let's raise two, or let's distinction between two issues involved here. Right, the scientific matter of conduct, right? Whether he was going out and doing proper reasoning, whatever like that, and that it's actually, to my mind, it's rather secondary consideration to the kind of question you're asking. I mean, we don't endorse it, of course. I mean, it's maybe in effect a kind of fraud, but at the same time, the ethics of human studies are, vastly more morally consequential, right? So, to the extent you've raised, the way he conducted his studies as the moral issue. Well, we don't have the sort of facts at hand to, say, I don't know, understand whether your claims are entirely the case. We'll grant you them, I guess.
This is commonly known.
Actually,
This
it's
is
not.
something that's commonly, well, right here you've got his damn books, you got the pages telling you what the hell he was doing to these kids, everything else. And we've got that a lot of individuals who come around, they say that he deliberately fudged things and he was present during these damn molestations.
Well, again, the scientific conduct is different from the, I guess, ethical weight of what the study's even studying, right? So I mean, he was studying the pedophilia and somehow facilitating victimization there. It's rather
It sounds like a lot of these studies were very unnecessary. He didn't have to actually do all these types of studies in order to really, really find out data on how children, kids feel, or what have you. It seems like this guy was a sick pervert. I'm sorry, I can't make it more clear than that. Because a lot of things here when I'm reading, this is nothing really new. I don't know why he had to watch hours and hours of films of pornographic material. I don't see the justification for it.
Yes. Could I do a mic test? Can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
Say that again?
Can you hear me clearly? Is there an echo or something?
No, not here.
You're talking to a tube, Art. You're talking to a tube.
I switched to an open.
Go back to the
Try
other mic.
raise some other cases that were unethical that.
Yeah, there's case in point.
Sorry,
John Watson with Lola Albert. The thing with classical conditioning. That type of study is considered unethical at this point. You can't do those type of experiments with humans anymore. So we have advanced in this, but this Kinsley guy took it to a whole nother level, and this is before Watson, by the way. This is in the 30s. And
Hard to hear you, Green Soul. I can hear some of it, and I'm getting a picture.
no, like what I'm saying is that there's a psychologist named John Watson. I don't know if you ever heard the study of Loder Albert with the baby. Basically, simple classical conditioning. That's actually in the 30s. That's actually was considered unethical. We can't do that anymore. This guy did this shit in 1956. Highly unethical. What he did. You can't do these type of studies anymore, and they didn't prove anything.
Yeah. Now, also bear in mind that even though the results were unethically obtained, they are still information. I think, for instance, the various kinds of studies were conducted by, I think, literally Mengele regarding like how humans freeze to death, or some kind of weirdness like that, and they're actually still. I think the results are actually still used in somehow we know some things. Sorry, go ahead.
Nadia, there's modern day scientists who are coming forward stating that the guy lied and fudged facts and was a complete and utter pervert. So, I mean, what exactly is the information that's provided? According to his books, he states, child can orgasm. They scream. They're in terror. They seem like they're afraid. How strange how the child reacts while it's being forced to do these things.
Oh.
I'm not exactly sure where the science is in that matter.
Well, in this case, there may not be, but at the same time, even with having real information obtained, it's still not deemed justified, right? So Mengele's experiments well, I suppose most of them were probably not real science, but the I guess ways of killing people and how much cold or whatever they withstand, right? Even though it's real information, it's still not deemed justified, right? I think the Japanese had others that were actually similar to.
Mm-hmm.
That is during World War II.
The guy seemed must have been somewhat robotic. I mean, yeah, the way Brett portrays him, it's yeah, I think he is. I mean, he sounds very robotic. Did he have maybe, some areas of his brain, that were maybe not as active?
Mm.
I mean, you have to be in some ways. It's very hard to harm children, in my opinion.
We can assess his personality and the means of how he achieved to, obtain data. And I still don't, and demonize him if we like. But okay, let's just look at what he actually found. And I'm sure that thousands of people in universities have, over the time span, since those studies were taken, those surveys and reports. So I don't really see what the big deal is. I guess maybe whether or not he was coming from a solid moral grounding is the important issue in it. So ethics, yeah. All right.
Well, but even so,
someone allowed him to do that. So, there was a board of people that allowed that to happen, as I stated. Yeah. But anyway.
Well, even so, there's a little bit of trouble of where the discussion goes. I mean, okay, you checked in, and okay, sure, we condemn the methods and actions, whatever, for the studies. Well, where do you think this relates to our situation, present day, the great debate, whether there is a God? Is this part of the moral argument or something you're trying to advance? I mean that ends up being you know, kind of what ends up being problematic about the discussion at all. And yeah, people have done bad things historically. I mean, psychosurgery, etc. It was out there back in the day. You know, uh, methods of torture, etc. Were also quote unquote scientifically studied. And, yeah, we're don't endorse that either.
I mean, it can be relevant because some atheists have almost a religious relationship to science, and at once you talk about something that is done in the name of science, that is bad, and science is defended at once. It's never like, oh shit, did that happen? It was at once this protective attitude, like Christians when people say, Art says, priests, how to say, raping young boys and so on, you know. But I would even sometimes I would say that Christians are not so fast to jump today on this protective side. So I think that's why it could be relevant. I mean, no one knows his moral, his real intentions. So he could have done this for the sake of science. So, but like Green Souls told, he didn't need to do it. So then, I mean.
So
I mean that's the only relevance it can have, but I mean there is I've pasted a YouTube link. It's a TED talk about the Lucifer effect in humans. I think that is very interesting, and he was conducting research, and he stopped his own research because of one of his how to say one of his students or said, "What are you doing?" And he was head of the. He was taking it far too far. He was starting to torturing people, and he later got married with this woman. But it's a very interesting video there. He has a longer also, and then he explains how in scientific environment, you know, if you have a white coat or you are told, okay, you do something in the name of science, normal 80% of the people can do everything. And they torture without just have one in white coat telling you to do it and how important it is. You do it.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, this is comes from the idea that sort of these people have some sort of authority, right? That if they're a doctor, they have some sort of authority, and that they mean well. So that's where the problem comes in. Just because somebody's doing scientific research and just because they're you know, they have a doctorate, etc., doesn't mean that that they mean well. Yeah. Hey, Nadia.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to run something past you, and I'm sort of trying to maybe just some advice on how maybe I could crystallize this idea. I mean, I'm sure you've run across this before. So yesterday, I think Balthazar and some other people were sort of discussing sort of judging gods based on moral arguments. Now, the issue for me with that is that in order for us to say that something is as good as it can get, whatever that valuation is. Now, it doesn't even have to be moral. Let's just say functional, right? That a function is as good as it gets. There has to be sort of a preset set of parameters within the world, so that that sort of constrain how something can be. Right. So, for example, if we want to build a car, laws of physics, laws of nature will constrain how good that car will be. So we can actually sort of determine if one car is better than another based on those constraints, right? So, but when theists make the argument that for example, this world is as good as it gets. That sort of implies that there are some sort of limits on reality, some sort of rules of reality that God has to play by. That it literally cannot do anything, right? Like to be able to do anything means that there are no rules to play by. That literally anything can be anyway. But this is clearly not the case. It is constrained by its nature, and it seems like what it can do is also constrained by the nature of reality.
Well, it has problems from two fronts, really. That the God in the Christian premise is not only the architect of the reality, but also the architect of morality. So,
Yeah.
or if not an architect, then at least the morality comes out as an expression of its nature, whatever you want, whichever theistic kind of meta ethic you want to take.
Mm-hmm.
And really along both fronts, these best possible world arguments are deeply problematic. In that architecture of in the architecture of reality, same kind of nature or whatever, that's reflected in the morality is carried over there, and so that the God is rational or some such, or has whatever his desire, etc. That could act as a constraining factor as opposed to the some kind of material necessity, if you want to call it that. The morality also is also kind of a self-confirming, self-justifying thing. So I think that class of arguments is relatively weak. Therefore, go ahead.
So I suppose to take it, I don't know, maybe it's more of an ontological direction. So it seems like in order to make an argument, in order to make any argument here, and in order to even discuss the concept of a God and a creation and God making things to its intent, for example, like even to have an intent, you sort of have to have a certain set of parameters that you have to work with. And what that means to me is that we're presupposing that there is sort of laws of nature, that there's laws to the way that the world works, whether that are sort of independent of the deity.
But again, the idea of the independent from the deity is contrary to their worldview, right? In effect, everything is contingent. Comes out from that is to the extent that there's that constraint that on the deity, it's embedded. This is in that worldview. necessarily within the deity if it unravels back to it is a prime mover of material reality and morality and all that. So a different kind of counter argumentation, I think, is necessary for these ontological affairs. Go ahead.
I suppose I'm trying to find a way how to. You're right. It would be wrong to say that it's independent of the deity. I think you're right there. Any more than it would be wrong to say that the laws of nature are independent of the universe or reality. I think that they are part of it. They are in the essence of it. What I suppose the important aspect here is that they are not dependent on the will of the deity. So theists have to presuppose that there are certain aspects of reality, God is a part of reality, that are not dependent on the deity's will. So they're not designed by it. The deity being one of those things, it does not design itself. But not only that, sort of what it can do independent of itself, for example, creating the universe, it's also constrained. So outside of itself, there are also already rules in place that determine, it's the outcome of its will.
I think if you can arrive at that as a conclusion of being necessary from the premises of the theistic worldview, then you've in effect already had an internal contradiction to their worldview, and you need not delve into the particular possible world argument. So, and I think the trouble once you go after that kind of contention is whether or not that's in fact the case, that whether that there is that thing necessary outside the deity. So the more it's almost more of an epistemic kind of issue, I think, that comes out with the ontological affairs, in that there's well, an ontological argument for a deity could be, in some cases, an ontological argument for a number of other kinds of things, or that it doesn't distinctively indicate that the existence of this kind of thing, as opposed to such a broad class of other things that it's not deemed a justifier for the existence of anything, right?
Yeah.
And of course, there are more particular kinds of disputes to the reasoning engaged in more particular ontological arguments that are also raised.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And it helps. I mean, even if as a kind of procedural note that I'd like to make, I mean, in some respects, where our engagement in these kinds of debates and such is these political, social, ideological, and so on kinds of disputes. We generally are coming at it from the point that this kind of the things they're doing or advocating are some respects morally wrong, right? And even if it's only on the basis of epistemic norms, right? There's like, what should you believe? That's a That's literally a moral question, right? So, the extent that one has something like I guess, a negative moral assessment of somebody we're engaging with, you know, the way we address it is, you know, something where we should, try to, actually keep the discussion going to, if not a conclusion, then at least, something on the order of a real examination, right? So, I mean, for instance, if somebody deems somebody a bad actor, like well, let's say I don't know, kinist or racist or a Holocaust denier. I mean, the presentation of rational argument, somewhat perhaps dispassionate, it is more of is a better strategy, to carry out the refutation, as opposed to condemning the person themselves, right?
Right.
So yeah, I think it relates a bit to Black Swan's questions in the side chat. Maybe also some other people's objections they raise toward certain people we debate.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry if it seems a little bit vague, but I mean, this kind of way that I'm advocating, taking on quote unquote the issues and the philosophical, ideological, etc. kind of level, as opposed to really going on about the character of somebody, is the general kind of issue I was hoping to raise.
Trying to lose people when you do that, Nadia. People like to make moral objections because usually they bring these things up to make themselves feel better. They say it is sort of to validate their own pessimistic view of either a group of the world or the world. It's I mean, so if you're not really engaging in that, then you will lose that audience. So perhaps you could play into that and also talk about really the issue as opposed to the people. You could maybe find somewhere a middle road. There's a possibility, Otherwise, it's too dry, It's just too dry and dispassionate, really.
I think even if it is ending up dry, I think well, and if that being dry has a cost, that cost is well, the cost of carrying out duty. Right? I mean, there's a solemn duty to challenge the what's morally wrong, and to if not overcome it, however incapable we might actually be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's your goal and not really getting an audience, then I mean you can get there. You can keep on going this path, but there are not a lot of people that can go there with you.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with discussing why something is wrong
No,
or
it's
right.
It's not that it's wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people usually get on because of what I mentioned before. They get on because they want to vent and think and make themselves feel better. That's really why they come on here to discuss these things. It's not to really examine why why these things happen. Not really to examine the issue itself.
Well, I think psychoanalyzing others seems to be a favorite pastime of many YouTubers here. So, I mean, Talking Shit Tuesday is basically that. It's picking a person and picking them apart, figuring out, okay, why are they such a dumbass, right? I mean, that's the
I
whole.
think we're talking about a different thing here. Here it's more about the issue and really not about the persons, because the persons usually have biases and things that get in the way of talking about the issue itself. So you sort of have to, if you really want to delve into it, you can't really use a person for that. So that's not. I'm not talking about the Talking Shit Tuesday. That's not what Nadia wants.
I just sorry, can I butt in, guys? I did hear my name there mentioned before, Nadia, and I wasn't too sure why my name was brought up. Could you just point out why that was?
Well, it's just the kind of moral condemnation of the people we were talking to and all that. Yeah, that's.
Were you referring to the question I asked Brett, or the statement I made in the side chat?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I was just pointing out basically that he had come into the hangout yesterday and did not want to discuss the pedophilia, talk about that, and he just didn't want a bar of it, whereas today he came in with that topic. So I was just pointing out, and I was trying to clarify really in the side chat as to when is it appropriate for it to bring up basically when he's around, like... is it okay to bring it up when he's in here, or is it not right to bring it up when he's in here? And he obviously took off for some reason, and I'm not too sure why.
Well, if you're trying to get logic out of Brett, yeah. That's
well, at the same time, even that, Dex. Yeah. I mean, there are a number of people well, actually, almost anyone whose conclusions we dispute, we're going to say, okay, their logic is somehow off, right? Irrationality is just adhering to logic, right? So anyone who's committing a logical error is, in some respects, irrational, right? So,
Nadia, do you know what it's? I don't know the name of it in English. When Christians talk about that moral or our more, how to say, our that moral changes over time, also from in a Christian worldview. Do you have a name for that? I know there is some kind of not successive revelation. That would be something else. Do you know that?
Yes, generally, well, three things that relate to it. One of them being progressive revelation. The two others are particular to Christianity and called dispensationalism and covenantalism, relating to basically the New and Old Testament kinds of differences in affairs. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't mean the two last, but progressive. Did you say progressive revelation or? No, what did you
yes,
say?
Yes.
And is that a Christian concept?
Progressive revelation. Yeah.
And what does that mean?
Well,
in regard to morals.
Right. Well, the God, revealing as part of itself, through prophets or whatever, reveals, of course, more information about morality too. What is moral, what is not. In various respects, communicating more about what it wills. From a divine command theorist point of view, will tell you, of course, that more about what's following its will and what's defying its will, which are the basis of morality and divine command, right? So that's an example, but not limited to it, to divine command. And so additional information about what is real in morality comes about through progressive revelation that way. So go ahead.
No, I just think when you were talking about this topic about I don't know if you can call it. No, I forgot the word again. Shit. But what Brett Keane brought with the 14-year-old and so on. I mean, in practice, Christians are cannot be fixed to the moral in the Bible. They have to adjust the moral to knowledge, a growing knowledge. That's what I meant. So in practice, because like you said, I mean, I guess marriage that time with a 14-year-old or a 12-year-old was totally normal, I guess. And it has changed because we have gained knowledge. Our knowledge level have increased, and in practice we have to adjust also what is moral, and yeah.
Well, it's
that was because it's. I mean,
well,
yeah.
something about more of a question of what's known about what is moral as opposed to what's actually so. On the one hand, and at the same time, there's also I guess questions about you know the deity willing different things for different times. So go ahead.
I mean, you cannot go to the scriptures to find anything that is against pedophilia. Perhaps there is some passages, but I mean, in principle, it's very hard, I guess. So therefore, Christians or religious people in general, I guess they have to. Yeah, as the knowledge advances, I mean, we know that. I mean, it's not good for a girl that is. I mean, it's not mature and so on. So with that knowledge, we have to adjust the morals. So we cannot just go back to rely on scripture. I don't know if that makes sense, but I thought that there were a word for that kind of position.
There might be an aspect of natural revelation where, in effect, anything you learn about the natural world is a kind of revelation itself, and that can be, the basis for these moral prescriptions.
Yeah, it's the same with slavery. Okay, that's a much better example because slavery. So Christians at one moment in history, they although you can use the scripture to justify it, like with Paul, you could perhaps use it progress. I don't know if it's progressive revelation, but at least it's then at a point in history from a Christian moral standpoint known to be immoral. That's a better example, actually. So then you cannot just fix. You cannot go literary by the Bible.
Welcome, Rick. I recognize you even though your handle's changed. Well, your idea is itself a kind of doctrine. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Nadia.
I've heard many use it. I guess I don't know. Max would know it, or Matt Bell or something. But I mean, I think that is something that perhaps many atheists don't take into account that Christians do this. That's how you can
Well, I must say that if Christians holding slavery makes Christianity wrong, then atheists owning slavery makes atheists wrong. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I mean, I just don't think you can tear people up over one thing if both sides or probably all sides. Every religion, every atheist ever thought somewhere in the past owned slavery.
Well, if it's not distinctive about the worldview, so to speak. Yet, I think the kind of well, the issues centering around what you might call moral arguments are a bit different. And bear in mind, I have to go to the doctor like almost immediately. Sorry. So the things aren't actually concrete particular kinds of ethics, right? Just saying, okay, here are the rules for what's right and wrong, or whatever kind of system of saying what is right is wrong, isn't where these arguments are really going. The reason why it's raised in a sort of real way of arguing is that certain common moral intuitions are granted, right? So people are going to basically kind of have some kind of meeting point where they say, okay, well, a proper ethical system says various things are right and wrong. Some kind of particular conclusion is necessary for morals to be valid, and once you get to the ethic, a step back, there's a intermediate layer where you say, okay, the kind of set of rules that come around to this judgment, well, do they actually do that? And you don't really get far with that one. I mean, almost no one's going to concede or have enough sort of system of like rules or whatever kind of system for coming at judgments that says those intuitions that are shared among us are right and wrong. The step is actually one a little bit further back than that, right? It's when you get the things that end up saying these things are right and wrong. How did you come at that guideline for evaluating things? And the criticism is that when you go about having something that gives you that final conclusion, was the way it was delivered to you, the way you constructed it, etc., a properly reasoned or anything more than an arbitrary way. So a way that you didn't just kind of put in there to satisfy your intuitions. It was something that really comes from where you say morality comes from, right? So the way the criticism I think of say the things in slavery or age of consent things in the Bible goes is that there's not a direct enough statement coming from the God that condemns these things we say have to be condemned. The kinds of things people are trying to piece together from the Bible are not really proper ways of reasoning to the conclusion that that thing is wrong. Given the premise that this Bible is the God's way of communicating its instructions about morality and so on, right? So likewise, there's the atheistic one's a bit harder to give a mirroring concern because of course there's too much variety and things get pretty abstract. Go ahead.
But I cannot see otherwise that many of the morals in the Bible then must be tied up to a historical context, and that is it's not a limitation of Scripture at all, but it has to be adjusted with the development of society and also knowledge. I mean, it's just a fact. I mean, what's written there, also what Paul writes about what is right and wrong. I mean, it has a historical, cultural context. That's just from I saw how I, from a Christian perspective, see it. And to say something else, I think it's a little bit not true, because in practicality, almost all different, how to say, dominions, no, what is it called? Different churches, most of them practice that.
Yeah.
And it's best shown. Sorry,
yeah.
it's best shown like with what Brett. I mean today with what Brett, when he says sex with a 14-year-old. I didn't mean sex, but at least this age. I mean, most Christian churches think that that is wrong.
Well, yes. Someone who's, I think, not making a mistake about, what the religion or people in the religion actually say, should acknowledge what you're saying. The way it should be argued, that this, raises a kind of problem with, the God as the source of morality is that, the kinds of things I talked about with reasoning to it from the scripture, and to the extent you have, like, you're introducing these ideas on almost the natural revelation or whatever kind of way you have incorporating new information, that the counter argument against that would be something like that there isn't actually some kind of a real basis for it. And
there is a real basis. I mean, the basis is, of course, like love your neighbor, or there is a basis that you go by, and I mean, it's shown historically Christians were the first were opposed to slavery. So I don't want to go how that happened, but there's a basis for it. But another interesting question is, of course, if the positive values like love, if they are so, if they can, how to say, they are superior to the negative. So in a way, we can, if it's possible, if one should adjust what is wrong in scriptures, if the positive values can, how to say,
well,
let's say when we talk about, sorry.
What I was going to say is that, being from the South, I know that there were Southerners who said, it's in the Bible to, to own slaves or whatever, slavery is okay. But from what I read from it and studying that they said to release the slaves after, the Bible says to release slaves after 7 years. And if the South had done that, slavery would have been over just by following that command, because there would be free slaves and citizens.
You cannot have slaves for 7 years. That's immoral.
First Timothy 1:10, sometimes translated as man stealers, condemns slave traders, but still, hoisting it up a level is probably helpful because I really, really have to go. I've got a doctor's appointment. The the sort of a moral counterargument is a lot of times I think it's improperly presented, and people lose sight of that they're disputing the sort of the meta ethic, the way morals are somehow supposed to come from God, and the I guess claim that there's an endorsement of these atrocities or something like that. It is not quite the proper way. It's about like the derivation of the things that give you the kind of rule against it, or the kind of system that says that those aren't right. Right. So if you have let's say there's a claim just outright that there's a a principle, or say a rule somewhere prohibiting slavery, right? A counter argument would say, oh, this isn't actually real in the moral system, or valid in the moral system, because you don't actually find a verse that says that in the Bible per se. Right? So, and then once you get that far, you say, okay, the normative, the system, ethical system, the rules, etc., what's right and wrong, ended up being imperfect, or something that's not coming from the God, and then the moral claim is that the morals coming from the God is not the way it happens, or didn't effectively happen. Go ahead.
I don't see that that it didn't happen from. It was given from God, but it was given for a specific in a specific cultural environment, historical time.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of counterclaim that happens, but
yeah, but that is a fact, and that's what I mean with the growing, with change in society and growing knowledge. I mean, the moral it changes, and it's and that's why I was seeking for this this word that I've heard sometimes, not progressive revelation, but that you have to take that in place. Also, you cannot not take that into account. And what I wanted to say before that was I lost the words to outweigh. So I think it's for me what I think is or very interesting question, a question I don't have any answer for. That is if positive morals like love outweighs things that are not moral, if you can justify it. So because I think I mean when we our knowledge grows and society changes, we often use we have to use some kind of logic or reason to adjust the moral laws. And if it's there's almost no Christian here, but is it possible to say that positive like love can outweigh negative things that are forbidden, or is it fixed?
Well, that the answer to that varies across a number of people. The kinds of I guess analyses made are I guess related to the questions of ends justifying means, but not necessarily identical to it. I think there are going to be a number of different stances. Graded absolutism is something of one, and I think there are some others. I think Jimmy Stevens says that the the genuine ethic is coming from the God is a virtue ethic, as opposed to a rule-based one per se. But with a lot of hedging, there's more detail to to really cover. So I think at the level we're
I would.
talking. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I would agree to that. It's a kind of virtue ethic, the Christian ethic, moral. I mean, it's not consequentialism for sure, and of course, command or the divine command theory and so on. But I don't see any problem with comparing it with virtue ethic.
Yeah, consequentialism, I think, is a little bit misunderstood. I don't think it doesn't. I think I guess what I learned about what's really meant by that is clarified by Shelley Kagan, and once I kind of got what is meant, the reasons for rejecting it are different from what most people are talking about, because I don't think they quite have the right notion of what it means. And further, I think there's to hold or similar, the quote unquote moral arguments. I mean, the atrocity claims, don't really help. At least not, or sorry, the atrocity claims are not made in quite the right way. It's.
I guess the problem with consequentialism is you should do what gives the best outcome. But when we are talking about consequentialism without religion, we are talking about the best outcome in this world.
Well,
so like love your enemy. I'm sure you cannot be sure that will be the best outcome for you or for anyone else. But it's so Christianity.
Well, there's a matter of best by what standard?
You need some sort of
the standard for consequentialism is what in this world, that we live in now, this stage of reality.
Well, it doesn't even matter. You don't even have to go, talk about that. It's just you need some sort of value system for consequentialism. Like what consequences do you actually value? Do you value that? It can even sort of be a hybrid with virtues. Like if, in fact, isn't virtue ethics a sort of a type of consequentialism?
No. It's just there are two of the major branches. Deontological, I guess, being in terms of duties is, I guess, a third. And the deontological, I think, is, mistaken or malapropism or whatever, misused to just say rules, but.
You're right. That was a stupid question.
The duties aren't necessarily rules.
Yeah.
Consequentialism is mean, these things as kind of pure systems are denying the rest, right? So one of the big critique against consequentialism is the kind of thing you're raising, actually, that in order to make any judgment about what those effects / consequences of an action were, you have to necessarily invoke something else. I mean, you end up with a chain of causation with no basis to really say much about without your virtues, values, whatever, right?
Isn't it
That's
a
kind of,
difference?
go ahead.
Isn't the difference like you were talking about this before once with stealing money from a safe or something? So if no one will miss the money,
I have to go.
Okay.
I guess if no one miss